Hello everyone, and welcome back to Old Man Stories. I'm aware that many of you use these videos to fall asleep, so before you doze off, I thought it would be a fun idea if each of you could leave a comment letting me know which part of the world you're listening from. Also, give a like and subscribe to the channel if you're enjoying the episodes, okay? Let's get comfortable, relax, and begin. I've been a police officer in Boston for almost 9 years now, but there are some calls that stick with you no matter how much time passes. What happened 3 months ago, during what should have been a routine welfare check, is one of those experiences that fundamentally changed something inside me. I still get chills thinking about it. It was a Tuesday evening in late October, around 7:30 p.m. The sun had already set, and that autumn chill had settled into the air. My partner Mike and I were nearing the end of our shift when dispatch radioed in a welfare check at an apartment complex in one of the older neighborhoods. The caller was a woman concerned about her elderly mother, who wasn't answering phone calls for several days. "Should be quick," Mike said as we pulled up to the building. "Probably just needs her phone battery changed or something." The daughter was already waiting for us outside, pacing nervously on the sidewalk. Mid-40s, professionally dressed, clutching her purse strap with white knuckles. The worry was written all over her face. "Thank you for coming," she said, her voice shaking slightly. "I haven't heard from my mum since Friday. She always answers my calls, always. She's 78 and lives alone, but she's usually very responsive." I nodded, jotting down the details in my notepad. "Has this happened before?" "Never. Not once in 5 years since my dad passed. We talk every single day, sometimes twice. I've been calling and calling." Her voice trailed off. Mike asked if she had a key, but she shook her head. "Mum's very independent. She never wanted to give me one, said it was her space." The building was one of those pre-war constructions, 6 floors with faded brick exterior and narrow hallways. We took the elevator to the 4th floor, and the daughter led us to apartment 412. The hallway was dimly lit, with that distinct smell of old carpet and radiator heat. I knocked firmly. "Boston Police, welfare check." Nothing. I knocked harder. "Ma'am, police officers, are you all right in there?" Silence. The daughter tried calling out, "Ma'am, it's Jenny. Please open up if you're there." After several minutes of this, I radioed in our situation and requested the building manager. While waiting, Jenny grew increasingly agitated. "Something's wrong," she would answer. She always answers. The building manager, a thin man in his 60s, with thinning grey hair and a ring of keys jangling from his belt, arrived about 10 minutes later. He introduced himself as Harold and looked concerned when we explained the situation. "Mrs. Peterson is a nice lady, always pays rent on time," he said as he fumbled with his key ring. "Very quiet tenant, keeps to herself." He tried his master key, but the door wouldn't fully open. It was caught on a security chain from the inside. "That's unusual," Harold muttered. "She must be home if the chain is on." That's when I noticed it, a faint smell seeping through the gap in the door. If you've been on the job long enough, you recognize it immediately, the unmistakable odor of decomposition. My stomach tightened, and I exchanged a knowing glance with Mike. I turned to Jenny. "Ma'am, would you mind stepping back a bit?" Her face fell as she caught my tone. "Oh God, what is it?" "What's wrong?" "Just a precaution," I said, trying to keep my voice even. "We need to check inside." Harold looked queasy as the smell became more apparent. "Should I?" "We need to get in there," I said firmly. "Can you break the chain?" With some hesitation, Harold pushed against the door while I applied pressure. The chain was old and gave way with a sharp crack. The door swung open, and the smell hit us like a wall. The apartment was dark, eerily dark. The blinds were drawn, and it seemed like every light bulb had burned out. The only illumination came from the hallway behind us and the dim glow of what might have been a muted TV somewhere inside. "Mom?" Jenny called out. moving to step inside. Mike gently blocked her path. "Please wait here, Mom. Let us check first." I pulled out my flashlight, and Mike did the same. The beams cut through the darkness, revealing a tidy but dated living room. The air was thick and stagnant. "Mrs. Peterson," I called out, sweeping my light across the room. The beam landed on the couch and froze there. Sitting upright was an elderly woman, her head tilted back, mouth slightly open, eyes closed. She was wearing a blue housecoat, her grey hair disheveled. She wasn't moving. Her skin had that waxy, greyish tint that tells you everything you need to know. "Ma'am?" I said reflexively, though I was already certain she was deceased. Harold was behind us now, peering over our shoulders, his breathing shallow. "Oh, Jesus," he whispered. I stepped further into the room, the floorboards creaking under my weight. The smell was overwhelming now, that sweet, sickly odor that clings to your clothes and follows you home. The apartment was unnaturally quiet, except for the faint hum of the refrigerator. We approached the couch carefully, our flashlight beams focused on Mrs. Peterson. Her face was sunken, her jaw slack, tongue slightly protruding. From the state of her body and the intensity of the smell, I estimated she'd been deceased for at least 3 or 4 days. "I'll call it in," Mike said quietly, reaching for his radio. Harold stood frozen, his eyes wide, while I moved closer to check for any obvious signs of trauma or foul play. The 3 of us were huddled there in the semi-darkness, our flashlights casting long shadows across the room, when it happened. Mrs. Peterson's right hand suddenly moved. It wasn't a small movement. Her arm lifted slowly from her lap, rising toward her face. Her fingers curled in an unnatural way, like someone trying to grasp something invisible. Then came the sound, a deep, guttural moan that seemed to bubble up from somewhere inside her chest. I can't properly describe the primal fear that shot through me in that moment. Every horror movie I'd ever seen flashed through my mind simultaneously. My body reacted before my brain could process what was happening. I stumbled backward, colliding with Mike, who had also recoiled. Harold let out a strangled yelp. For a split second, we were all frozen in shock, and then we were moving, not walking, not running, but scrambling in blind panic toward the door. I don't remember consciously deciding to flee. My legs just moved. We burst into the hallway, nearly knocking Jenny over in the process. Harold was between us, struggling to keep up, as Mike and I, 2 grown men who deal with dangerous situations for a living, sprinted toward the stairwell like terrified children. We made it to the first landing when the absurdity of what we were doing finally broke through the fog of panic. Mike and I stopped abruptly, our breathing heavy, looking at each other with wide eyes. Harold caught up seconds later, gasping for air, his face pale. "Did you—" Mike started. "Yeah," I nodded, still trying to catch my breath. "I saw it." "She moved," Harold wheezed, leaning against the wall. "The dead lady moved." Reality started to seep back in, replacing the initial terror with embarrassment and confusion. We were police officers who had just fled from an elderly woman. Even if she had somehow moved, which seemed impossible given her apparent condition, we had a duty to remain calm and handle the situation professionally. "We need to go back," I said, straightening my uniform. Mike nodded, though I could see he was still shaken. "Right, of course." Harold looked at us like we were insane. "Go back? Are you kidding me? That was... Mr. Harold," I said firmly, "we need to check on Mrs. Peterson. That movement could have been... There could be a medical explanation. Though honestly, I couldn't think of one at that moment. We climbed back up the stairs, moving considerably slower than during our descent. Jenny was still in the hallway, looking confused and frightened. "What happened? Why did you all run? Is my mother—" Mike took a deep breath. "Ma'am, we found your mother, but there's been a development. We need you to stay here while we check something. I'm going to call for medical assistance." As Mike radioed for an ambulance, I turned to Harold. "You can wait here too." He nodded vigorously, clearly relieved. "Yes, I'll wait right here." I approached the apartment door again, which was still open. The darkness beyond seemed more threatening now, charged with a new sense of dread. I took out my flashlight again and stepped inside, forcing myself to move forward, despite every instinct screaming at me to run. Mrs. Peterson was still on the couch, in the same position as before. Her hand was back in her lap. She wasn't moving. I kept my distance, observing her from several feet away. Had we all hallucinated? The smell of death was undeniable. This woman appeared to have been deceased for days, and yet I had clearly seen her move and heard that terrible sound. I waited there, standing guard in the darkness, until the paramedics arrived about 7 minutes later. They entered with their equipment, bringing light and a sense of clinical detachment that helped dispel some of the supernatural dread that had filled the apartment. "She's over there," I said, pointing to the couch, "but there's something you should know. We saw movement and heard sounds from her just minutes ago." The lead paramedic, a veteran named Rodriguez I'd worked with before, gave me a curious look before approaching Mrs. Peterson. He checked for vital signs, shining his penlight into her eyes. "How long ago did you notice the movement?" he asked, his voice professional. "Maybe 10 minutes ago," I replied. Her hand went up to her face, and there was this sound. Rodriguez nodded without looking up. Cadaveric spasm, possibly, or agonal respirations. Sometimes the body can experience involuntary movements even after death, especially if there's been brain damage. He continued his examination, and I found myself backing toward the door, maintaining what I felt was a safe distance. Eventually, Rodriguez straightened up and turned to me. "She's alive, but barely. Looks like a severe stroke. These movements you saw were probably primitive brain stem reflexes. We need to get her to the hospital immediately." Alive. The word hit me like a bucket of cold water. The woman I had been certain was dead, the woman whose movement had sent me running in terror, was actually alive. The next hour passed in a blur of activity. The paramedics worked quickly, stabilizing Mrs. Peterson and preparing her for transport. Jenny was allowed in briefly before they took her mother away, her face a mixture of hope and devastation. After the ambulance left, Mike and I remained to secure the apartment. Neither of us mentioned our panicked flight down the stairs. "Brain stem reflexes," Mike finally said as we were leaving. "Makes sense." "Yeah," I agreed, though I was still shaken. "Perfectly logical explanation. We both knew we'd overreacted, but there was something about that moment. The darkness, the smell of death, and then the sudden jerking movement from what we were certain was a corpse that had bypassed all our training and triggered something primitive in our brains." Later that night, after our shift ended, Mike and I stopped for a drink. We needed to process what had happened. "So," he said after a long pull from his beer, "we ran from a stroke victim." I couldn't help but laugh, though it came out hollow. Not our finest moment. "Did you see Harold trying to keep up? Poor guy looked like he was having a heart attack." We laughed again, the tension finally breaking. "You know what's weird?" I said, staring into my glass. "I've seen dead bodies before. Violent crime scenes, car accidents, you name it. But something about that moment, when her hand moved—" "It was the unexpectedness," Mike said, "and the setting. Dark apartment, the smell, our flashlights on her face like some found footage horror movie." He was right. Context matters. In broad daylight, in a clinical setting, we might have reacted differently. But in that darkened apartment, with the smell of decay thick in the air, we weren't just police officers. We were humans, facing something our brains interpreted as impossible, unnatural. 2 days later, I followed up with the hospital. Mrs. Peterson had suffered a massive stroke and had been lying on that couch, for at least 3 days, unable to move or call for help. The doctors were amazed she had survived so long without medical attention. They explained that what we had witnessed were likely involuntary movements caused by residual brain activity or muscle contractions, not uncommon in severe stroke victims. Mrs. Peterson passed away a week later, never having regained consciousness. I attended her funeral, partly out of respect and partly to find some closure. Jenny thanked us for finding her mother, saying at least she'd had a chance to say goodbye. It's been 3 months now, and I still think about that night often. Sometimes I wake up at 3 a.m., my mind replaying that moment when her hand rose up in the darkness. The rational part of me understands exactly what happened. A severe stroke victim experiencing involuntary muscle movements. Nothing supernatural or unexplainable. But that doesn't change how it felt in that moment. Standing in that dark apartment, the beam of my flashlight illuminating what I was certain was a corpse, only to see it move, that was pure, distilled terror. It was the moment when reality itself seemed to bend, when everything I thought I knew about life and death blurred into something uncertain and frightening. I've responded to hundreds of calls in my career. I've faced armed suspects, entered burning buildings, and broken up violent confrontations. But nothing, absolutely nothing, has scared me as deeply as that single moment when the dead woman raised her hand to her face in the darkness and made that horrible sound. Sometimes when I'm on night shift and get called to check on someone who hasn't been heard from, I feel my heart rate spike as I approach their door. I find myself hesitating before entering darkened rooms, my flashlight held a little tighter than before, because now I know that in the space between life and death, in that shadowy borderland we don't fully understand, sometimes the dead move, and no amount of training can prepare you for that. Story 2. The Living Shadow in Laguna Beach. I've never been the type of person who believes in the supernatural. I'm logical, practical, and I've always needed evidence before accepting anything as truth. Ghost stories were just that, stories. At least that's what I told myself before we moved into that house in Laguna Beach 3 years ago. My wife and I were thrilled when we found the place. It was a bargain, considering the location. Just a short walk from the beach, tucked away on a quiet street lined with towering eucalyptus trees. The real estate agent was upfront about why it was priced lower than other properties in the area. It was built in 1923 and needed some serious updating. But we saw potential beneath the peeling wallpaper and creaky floorboards. What the agent glossed over, which we only learned from neighbors after moving in, was the house's colorful history. During Prohibition, it operated as a speakeasy. In the 1940s and 50s, rumor had it, the place served as a high-end brothel. Later, in the 1970s, it was allegedly used as a drop point for drug smuggling operations. I found this history fascinating rather than concerning. It gave the house character, I thought. The layout of the place was bizarre, to say the least. Clearly, it had been remodeled multiple times by different owners with different visions. Hallways led to unexpected places, ceiling heights changed dramatically between rooms, and there were odd angles everywhere. From our bedroom, I could see through the ensuite bathroom into a long corridor with a row of windows that faced west. This strange line of sight was due to the bathroom door aligning perfectly with the corridor entrance when open. I work from home as a software developer, so I spend a lot more time in the house than my wife, who teaches at a school about 20 minutes away. Last Tuesday started like any other day. I woke up around 7:30, had coffee while my wife got ready for work, kissed her goodbye at 8:15, and settled in at my desk by 8:30. The morning passed uneventfully. I had a couple of video calls, fixed some bugs in the program I was working on, and ordered lunch delivery around noon. After eating, I felt sluggish, the post-lunch slump hitting hard. so I decided to lie down for a quick power nap in our bedroom. I must have dozed off for about 20 minutes when something made me open my eyes. I wasn't startled awake. It was more like my body sensed something wasn't right and gently pulled me from sleep. The house was completely silent, except for the distant hum of the refrigerator and the occasional car passing outside. I was lying on my side, facing toward the bathroom door, which was wide open as usual. From this position, I could see straight through to that corridor with the windows. The afternoon sun cast long rectangles of light on the hardwood floor, creating a pattern of light and shadow. That's when I caught a movement in my peripheral vision, just at the far end of the corridor. At first, I thought it might be a curtain moving from a draft, or maybe our cat, though I quickly remembered we don't have a cat. I focused my eyes, fully awake now, and that's when I saw it. Standing at the far end of the corridor was a figure. Not a person, at least not like any person I've ever seen. It was completely black, like a silhouette or shadow, but standing independently away from any wall or surface that could cast such a shadow. It was short, maybe 3 feet tall, and distinctly humanoid in shape, with a head, torso, arms, and legs. But there was something profoundly wrong about it. The edges of this figure weren't solid or defined. They seemed to vibrate or shimmer, like a drawing made of live electricity or a glitch in reality. The best way I can describe it is like someone had taken a thick black marker and drawn a crude stick figure, then somehow brought those lines to life, making them pulse and flicker like a faulty neon sign. Strangely, my first reaction wasn't fear. It was curiosity, confusion, even a sort of detached fascination. My brain was desperately trying to make sense of what my eyes were seeing, attempting to categorize it as something familiar and non-threatening. I even remember thinking it might be some weird light phenomenon I'd never encountered before, or possibly a hallucination from waking up too suddenly. I blinked hard, expecting it to disappear. It didn't. I sat up slowly, still staring at the figure, trying to understand what I was looking at. And that's when everything changed. The figure, this living sketch, seemed to become aware that I was watching it. It didn't turn its head. I'm not even sure it had distinguishable facial features, but I felt a shift in its attention, like when you suddenly realize someone is staring at you across a room. There was a palpable change in the energy between us. One moment I was observing it. The next moment, it was observing me. A cold sensation washed over me, starting at the base of my spine and racing upward until it reached the back of my neck. The hair on my arms stood up, and my mouth went completely dry. This was no light trick or hallucination. Whatever this thing was, it was aware. It knew I could see it, and then it started moving toward me. It didn't walk like a person. It moved in a jerky, staccato motion, as if it was being captured by a camera with a low frame rate. Each step was more like a small teleportation. Here, then there, then closer, its form vibrating more intensely with each advance. I was frozen, unable to move as it approached the bathroom doorway. My heart was pounding so hard I could feel it in my throat, hear it in my ears. I wanted to run, to scream, to do anything, but my body wouldn't respond. All I could do was watch as this impossible thing drew closer. When it reached the threshold of the bathroom, something inside me finally broke through the paralysis. I managed to call out my wife's name, though my voice came out as little more than a hoarse whisper. Of course, there was no answer. She was at work, and I was alone in the house with whatever this was. The figure paused at the bathroom entrance, its outline buzzing and flickering more violently now, like it was struggling to maintain its form. For a moment, we just stared at each other. Me, a terrified human trying to process something outside the realm of normal experience. And it, a living shadow seemingly curious about the person who could see it. Then, without warning, the bathroom door, which had been fully open, slammed shut with such force that the walls shook. The sound was like a gunshot in the quiet house, a sharp crack followed by the rattle of the door in its frame. The shock of it knocked the air from my lungs, and I scrambled backward on the bed until my back hit the headboard. I sat there, gasping for breath, staring at the closed door, half expecting it to burst open and reveal the shadow figure on the other side. My phone was on the nightstand, but I couldn't bring myself to reach for it. What would I even say if I called someone? That I'd seen a living shadow that slammed my bathroom door? Seconds stretched into minutes as I remained frozen, listening intently for any sound from the other side of the door. There was nothing. No movement, no footsteps, not even the slight creak of floorboards that usually accompanied any movement in this old house. Eventually, the primal part of my brain that had kept me paralyzed gave way to the more rational part that was screaming at me to get out. I slid off the bed, keeping my eyes fixed on the bathroom door, and backed toward the bedroom exit. I didn't turn my back until I was in the hallway, and then I ran, sprinted, really, through the house and out the front door into the bright afternoon sunlight. I stood on our front lawn, breathing hard, squinting in the harsh light after the dimness of the bedroom. A neighbor walking her dog gave me an odd look as she passed, and I suddenly became aware of how I must appear. A grown man who had just burst out of his house in a panic, wearing sweatpants and a wrinkled t-shirt, barefoot and wild-eyed. I forced a smile and a wave, then pretended to check the mail as if that had been my intention all along. My hands were shaking so badly I could barely open the mailbox. I couldn't bring myself to go back inside. Instead, I sat on the front steps, repeatedly checking my phone and willing my wife to come home early. I texted her something vague about needing her home as soon as possible. She responded that she had a faculty meeting but would try to leave right after. Those 3 hours were some of the longest of my life. I alternated between trying to convince myself I had experienced some kind of waking dream or hallucination, and then remembering with absolute clarity the way that figure had moved, the way it had seemed to notice me, the violent slamming of the door that couldn't be explained away by a draft or my imagination. When my wife's car finally pulled into the driveway around 4:30, I nearly cried with relief. She took one look at me sitting on the steps and knew something was wrong. "What happened?" she asked, her face immediately concerned. I didn't know where to begin or how to explain without sounding completely insane. "Something weird happened in the house," I said lamely. "I don't want to go back in alone." To her credit, she didn't question me further right then. She just nodded, took my hand, and led me back inside. I was tense, eyes darting to every corner, every shadow, but the house seemed normal again, just our familiar, quirky old place with its uneven floors and temperamental plumbing. Together, we went through every room, including that corridor and the bathroom. Nothing was out of place, no sign of any disturbance. The bathroom door opened and closed normally, with the slight resistance of an old house settling over the years, nothing like the violent slam I had experienced. That evening, after a couple of glasses of wine to steady my nerves, I told her everything. I expected disbelief, maybe concern about my mental health, but instead, she listened quietly, her expression growing more serious as I described what I'd seen. When I finished, she was silent for a long moment. Then she said, "I believe that you saw something. I don't know what it was, but I believe you experienced it." Her acceptance was both comforting and unsettling. Comforting because I wasn't being dismissed as crazy, but unsettling because it lent credibility to an experience I desperately wanted to explain away. That night, we slept with the bathroom door firmly closed, a chair wedged under the handle for good measure. I barely slept, starting at every creak and groan of the old house, my eyes constantly drawn to the thin line of darkness beneath the bathroom door, watching for any sign of that shimmering black figure. It's been a week now since the incident, nothing similar has happened again. I've been keeping the bathroom door closed, and I avoid looking down that corridor when I can help it. I've researched the history of the house more thoroughly, looking for any stories of deaths or tragedies that might explain a haunting, but found nothing conclusive, just the colourful past as a speakeasy, brothel and smuggling point. I've also looked into possible scientific explanations. Could it have been a rare neurological event? A mini seizure that affected my visual cortex? Carbon monoxide poisoning? We checked the detectors, all working fine. Sleep paralysis? But I was fully awake and mobile until the fear froze me. Nothing fits perfectly, and that's what continues to disturb me. I still don't believe in ghosts, at least that's what I tell myself. Whatever I saw defies easy categorization. It wasn't a transparent figure in white, rattling chains and moaning. It wasn't a full-bodied apparition of a person who once lived. It was something else entirely, a living shadow, a tear in reality, something that existed at the corner where perception meets the impossible. My wife has suggested we move, but I've resisted so far, partly because I love this quirky old house despite everything, and partly because I'm not convinced that whatever I saw is tied to this place. What if it's something that found me, rather than something that belongs to the house? What if moving just brings it along to somewhere new? So we stay, and I try to convince myself it was a one-time anomaly that won't repeat. But I've started noticing other small things. Objects that aren't quite where I left them, cold spots in rooms that should be warm, the feeling of being watched when I'm alone. Nothing as dramatic as that shadow figure, but enough to keep me on edge. I don't look through the bathroom into that corridor anymore if I can help it. When I have to, I find my eyes darting nervously, scanning for any movement, any shimmer of black against the light. And sometimes, just at the edge of hearing, I think I catch a sound like electricity crackling, like the audio equivalent of that vibrating, flickering outline. I still don't know what I saw that day. I don't know if it was something from another place, another time, or something that exists alongside us always, but is rarely perceived. I don't know if it meant me harm, or was merely curious. But I know this, in that moment when it noticed me noticing it, when it changed from being observed to being the observer, when it moved with purpose toward me through that corridor. In that moment, I felt a fear unlike anything I've ever known. It was a fear that went beyond the rational fear of physical harm. It was the fear of encountering something that shouldn't exist, something that challenges everything you thought you knew about reality. It was the fear of standing at the edge of a vast unknown and realizing how fragile our understanding of the world really is. I don't believe in ghosts. I keep telling myself that. But I believe in what I saw, and I can't explain it. That's the most terrifying part of all. Story 3. The nurse who wasn't there. It's been almost 8 months since that day at Seattle General Hospital, but I still find myself jolting awake in the middle of the night, wondering who or what that nurse really was. I've never been the type to believe in the supernatural. I'm the practical one in my family, always looking for logical explanations. But what happened in that ICU has shaken everything I thought I knew about reality. My mom had been healthy her whole life, 62 years old, and still walking 3 miles every morning, gardening on weekends, and volunteering at the library twice a week. She was more active than I am, and I'm only 34. The aneurysm hit without warning on a Tuesday morning in late January. 1 minute she was making coffee, the next she was on the floor, unresponsive. My dad found her when he came downstairs, already too late to witness the collapse. The doctors didn't sugarcoat it. The brain bleed was severe. They performed emergency surgery to clip the aneurysm, but they weren't optimistic about recovery. The first 72 hours would be critical, they said. Those hours stretched into days as we camped out in the ICU waiting room, taking shifts so someone was always there. By the 5th day, We had fallen into a grim routine. Dad refused to leave except to shower, so my sister and I would take turns bringing him food and fresh clothes. The waiting room had become our second home. We knew which chairs were least uncomfortable, which vending machine items were edible, which bathroom was usually the cleanest. We had memorized the faces of the nurses who came and went on their 12-hour shifts. They were kind but busy, their expressions a careful mask of professional detachment that occasionally slipped to reveal genuine compassion. It was Thursday afternoon, around 3 o'clock. I remember because I had just checked my watch, thinking about picking up my nephew from school later. The ICU waiting room was quieter than usual. An elderly man dozed in the corner, his chin resting on his chest. A young couple whispered to each other by the window. My dad was flipping through a magazine without really seeing it, while my sister was down in the cafeteria getting coffee. That's when she appeared. I noticed her because she didn't look like the other nurses we'd seen over the past 5 days. The ICU staff wore dark blue scrubs, but she was in pale green. Her hair was pulled back in a neat bun, and she wore no makeup that I could see. But what struck me most was her smile, gentle but assured, like she was carrying good news. She walked directly to us, her shoes making no sound on the linoleum floor. "Are you here for Margaret?" she asked. No one had referred to my mother by her first name before. It had always been Mrs., followed by our last name. My dad looked up, confusion briefly crossing his face before hope took its place. "Yes, we are. Is there news?" "She's awake," the nurse said. Her voice was soft but clear. "She's asking for her family." I felt a surge of relief so powerful it made me dizzy. After 5 days of nothing, no response, no signs of consciousness, just the steady beep of machines, Mom was finally awake. Dad jumped to his feet, suddenly looking 10 years younger. "Can we see her?" I asked, already gathering my jacket and purse. The nurse nodded. "I'll take you to her now. She's quite weak, but she specifically asked to speak with each of you." She paused, glancing at her watch. "It's outside regular visiting hours, but I'll make an exception. Family is important." Something about the way she said, "family is important," made the hair on the back of my neck stand up. Not because it was threatening, quite the opposite. There was a weight to her words, a certainty that felt almost ancient. "My other daughter, she just went for coffee," Dad said. "We can wait a moment for her," the nurse replied. She didn't seem impatient or rushed like the other ICU staff always did. When my sister returned, the nurse led us through the double doors into the ICU. I had been in there before during the designated visiting times, but it felt different now. The usual bustle of the nurses' station seemed muted, the beeping of machines more distant. The lights seemed dimmer, though I couldn't tell if they actually were or if it was just my perception. Mom's room was at the end of the hall. As we approached, I noticed the nurse didn't check in at the main desk or speak to any of the other staff. She simply guided us directly to the room, opened the door, and gestured for us to enter. The sight of my mother sitting up in bed nearly brought me to my knees. After days of seeing her lying motionless, intubated and surrounded by machines, the transformation was startling. The breathing tube was gone. She looked pale and exhausted, but her eyes were open and alert. When she saw us, she smiled weakly. "She doesn't have much strength," the nurse cautioned from the doorway. "But she wanted this time with you." Mom held out her hand, and my dad rushed to take it, tears streaming down his face. My sister and I hung back slightly, almost afraid to believe what we were seeing. The nurse stayed by the door, her presence both reassuring and somehow unobtrusive. One by one, Mom spoke to each of us, her voice barely above a whisper. She told my dad how much she loved him, how the 40 years they'd spent together had been the happiest of her life. She asked my sister to look after her garden, especially the heirloom roses that had come from our grandmother. When it was my turn, she asked me to sit beside her on the bed. "Come here," she said, patting the space next to her. I need a hug from my firstborn. I carefully sat on the edge of the bed and leaned in to embrace her. Her body felt frail, her bones prominent beneath the thin hospital gown, but her arms still held the familiar warmth that had comforted me throughout my childhood. I buried my face in her shoulder, breathing in her scent, not the antiseptic hospital smell, but her actual scent, the one I associated with home and safety. "You've always been so strong," she whispered in my ear. "Take care of Dad and your sister. They'll need you." Something in her tone made me pull back to look at her face. There was a finality in her words that terrified me. "Mum, you're going to be fine," I said, trying to sound confident. "You're awake now. You're getting better." She just smiled and squeezed my hand. We stayed like that, the four of us together, for what felt like both an eternity and not nearly long enough. The nurse remained by the door, silent but present. The room had a strange quality to it, a stillness that seemed to exist outside of the normal hospital chaos. No doctors rushed in, no alarms sounded from nearby rooms. It was as if we were in a bubble of suspended time. Then the door opened suddenly, breaking the spell. Another nurse, one I recognized from previous days, with short blonde hair and blue scrubs, entered with a clipboard. She stopped short when she saw all three of us in the room. "Excuse me," she said, her tone professional but firm. "We can only allow 2 visitors at a time in the ICU. Who authorized this?" My dad gestured toward the door. "She did, the nurse who brought us in." But when we all turned to look, the green-scrubbed nurse was gone. The blonde nurse frowned. "Which nurse? There's no one else on duty right now who matches that description." A cold feeling settled in my stomach. "She was just here," I insisted. "She came to the waiting room and told us my mother was awake and asking for us." The blonde nurse looked at my mother, then back at us, her frown deepening. "Your mother hasn't regained consciousness since she was admitted. There's been no change in her condition." But that couldn't be right. My mother was sitting up. She had spoken to us, held our hands. I had felt her arms around me, smelled her familiar scent. I turned back to the bed, and the shock nearly knocked me over. My mother was lying flat, the breathing tube still in place, her eyes closed. The monitors beeped steadily, showing the same readings they had for days. There was no sign that she had moved, let alone sat up and talked to us. But she was sitting up, my sister stammered. She talked to us. She was awake. The nurse checked my mother's chart, her expression a mixture of confusion and concern. "There's been no change documented. She hasn't been extubated, and there's no record of anyone authorizing an extended family visit outside of regular hours." "Find the nurse who brought us in," my dad demanded, his voice rising. "She was wearing green scrubs. She had her hair in a bun." The blonde nurse shook her head slowly. "Sir, none of our ICU staff wear green. We're all in blue. And I've been at the nurse's station for the past hour. No one brought you in here." My sister and I exchanged glances. Dad looked like he might collapse. "I think you should step out now," the nurse said gently. "2 of you can stay if you'd like, but we need to maintain protocol in the ICU." In a daze, I volunteered to leave, needing to escape the surreal horror of what was happening. As I walked back through the ICU, I stopped at the nurse's station. "Please," I said to the ward clerk, "can you tell me the name of the nurse in green scrubs, the one with her hair in a bun?" The clerk looked confused. "We don't have anyone working here in green scrubs. All ICU nurses wear navy blue. It's hospital policy. But she brought us in to see my mother. She said my mother was awake and asking for us." The clerk checked the computer. "There's no record of any such authorization. And according to this, your mother's condition hasn't changed since yesterday." I described the nurse in detail, her approximate age, her height, the way she spoke. The clerk shook her head after each detail. I'm sorry, but there's no one who fits that description working in this unit. Are you sure it wasn't someone from another department? But I knew it wasn't. The nurse had known my mother's name. She had known we were waiting. She had taken us directly to my mother's room without hesitation. I returned to the waiting room, my mind racing. Could we all have imagined the same thing? Some kind of shared hallucination brought on by stress and lack of sleep? But that didn't explain how we got into the ICU outside of visiting hours without anyone stopping us. 3 hours later, the alarms in my mother's room went off. The ICU burst into activity as medical staff rushed in. My dad and sister were ushered out to the waiting room. A doctor came to speak with us shortly after, his face grave. My mother had suffered another bleed. Her brain activity was declining rapidly. They were doing everything they could, but we should prepare ourselves. By midnight, she was gone. She never regained consciousness, at least not according to the medical records. She never spoke another word after the aneurysm hit her 5 days earlier, at least not according to the hospital staff. But the three of us know differently. We spoke with her, we touched her, I held her in my arms and felt her warmth. She said goodbye to each of us in her own way. In the days and weeks that followed, we tried to make sense of what happened. We requested security footage from the ICU, hoping to catch a glimpse of the mysterious nurse, but were told that due to a system upgrade that day, the cameras had been offline from 2 until 4 in the afternoon. Exactly when we had our inexplicable visit, we asked every staff member we could find if they knew of a nurse matching our description. No one did. We even contacted former employees, thinking perhaps it was someone who used to work there and somehow gained access. Nothing. The rational part of me has tried to explain it away. Maybe we experienced some kind of collective grief response. Maybe we were all so desperate to speak to Mum one last time that our minds created the same elaborate scenario. But then I remember the details, the specific weight of her hand in mine, the slight crack in her voice when she told me to take care of Dad, the way the mysterious nurse's shoes made no sound on the linoleum floor. I remember how the ICU, usually a place of constant noise and motion, seemed suspended in silence during those precious minutes. And I remember the exact moment when reality seemed to slip, when we turned back to find my mother intubated and unconscious, as if our conversation had never happened. I've read about deathbed phenomena, how people near death sometimes experience unusual clarity before passing. But this was different. This wasn't my mother having a moment of lucidity. This was something, or someone, creating a space where she could say goodbye. I don't know who that nurse was. I don't know if she was an angel, a ghost, or something else entirely. What I do know is that she gave us an immeasurable gift. The chance to speak with my mother one last time, to say the things that would have remained unsaid, to hold her and be held by her once more. The hospital remains a source of unease for me now. Every time I drive past it, I feel a chill that has nothing to do with the weather. Not because anything threatening happened, quite the opposite, but because for a brief time, the veil between worlds seemed to thin, allowing something impossible to occur. The ICU no longer seems like just a medical facility to me. Now it feels like a liminal space, a threshold where the rules we take for granted don't always apply. Every corridor seems longer than it should be. Every beep of a monitor more ominous. Every staff member potentially something other than what they appear. Sometimes I wonder if others have experienced similar things in that hospital. If that nurse in green scrubs has appeared to other families, creating impossible moments of connection before a final goodbye. I wonder if she's always been there, moving through the corridors, unseen by most, but appearing to those who need her most. I still don't know what to believe about that day. All I know is that 3 of us experienced the same impossible thing, and no one at the hospital can explain it. No records exist of the visit or the nurse who facilitated it, yet the memory of my mother's final words remains as clear to me as if they were spoken yesterday. Take care of Dad and your sister. They'll need you. And so I do, carrying both the comfort of that final embrace and the unsettling knowledge that something beyond my understanding chose our time of farewell. Story 4. Predator's Eyes. What I saw in the Drakensberg, I've spent 15 years as a wildlife ranger across southern Africa, but nothing from my training prepared me for what I witnessed in the Drakensberg foothills. It's been 6 years since that day, but I still find myself waking up in cold sweats, imagining those amber eyes staring back at me from the darkness. When I started my career as a junior ranger in KwaZulu-Natal, the veterans drilled one thing into us about leopards above all else: never, ever maintain eye contact. They're ambush predators. If they feel challenged or exposed, they attack without hesitation. They don't bluff charge like elephants or lions sometimes do. When a leopard decides to kill, it's already calculated its odds of success. I'd memorized all the statistics and protocols, but they were just words on paper until that day in the dry season, 3 years into my job. The Provincial Parks Department had just promoted me to a field assessment role, which meant I responded to wildlife incidents and compiled reports. The position came with more responsibility, but the same meager pay. I was still green enough to feel important when my radio crackled to life that afternoon. The call came in around 4:30 in the afternoon. A tourist group reported a wildlife incident at one of the dry river crossings about 20 kilometers from our station. The dispatcher's voice was steady, but I could hear the tension underneath. When they use vague terms like incident instead of specifying what happened, it usually means something bad. I grabbed my field kit and jumped into the department truck. The drive took about 40 minutes, bouncing down dirt roads that hadn't seen maintenance in years. The late afternoon sun cast long shadows across the landscape, and I remember thinking how beautiful it all looked. The golden light on the dry grass, the dramatic silhouette of the Drakensberg Mountains in the distance. I had no idea I was driving toward a scene that would haunt me for years. When I arrived, 2 tour vehicles were parked haphazardly near a concrete bridge that spanned what was now just a dry riverbed during this season. About a dozen tourists stood clustered together, many visibly shaken, some crying. A tall man with a South African accent introduced himself as the second guide from the tour company and pulled me aside. "It's Axel," he said, his voice barely above a whisper. "The leopard got him." Axel was well known among the local guides, a short, stocky German expat with a booming laugh and stories for days. He'd been guiding in the region for maybe 15 years. He was the type who'd get a little too comfortable around wildlife, the kind who'd edge the vehicle closer than regulations allowed to give tourists a better photo. Rangers like me often grumbled about his methods, but tourists loved him. I asked what happened, and the second guide explained. They'd stopped on the bridge for a scenic photo opportunity. The riverbed below was dry except for a few stagnant pools. Axel had let the tourists out to stretch their legs and take pictures. Already a questionable decision in leopard country, he'd been standing near the bridge railing, pointing out something to a couple of tourists, when the go-away bird sounded its distinctive alarm call. If you've never heard it, a go-away bird, grey lorry, makes this warning call that sounds exactly like someone saying, "Go away." It's nature's alarm system. Animals and experienced guides pay attention to it. Axel should have immediately gathered the tourists and gotten them back in the vehicles. Instead, according to the second guide, Axel had joked about it, telling the tourists they might get lucky and see what was making the bird nervous. They got lucky, all right. The leopard had been hiding under the bridge, probably resting in the shade. When it decided to move, it didn't waste time. From what I pieced together from witness statements, it happened in seconds. One moment Axel was leaning against the railing, cigarette in hand, scanning the brush. The next, there was an explosion of movement as the leopard launched itself upward, clamped its jaws around his throat, and pulled him over the railing. The tourists screamed. The second guide tried to help, but couldn't even see where they'd gone. The leopard had dragged Axel into the thick grass and acacia scrub beside the dry riverbed. By the time I arrived, it had been nearly an hour since the attack. I knew what that meant. I'd responded to predator attacks before, not leopards specifically, but lion and crocodile incidents. After an hour, you're not conducting a rescue operation. Still, I had to follow protocol. I radioed for backup and medical support, though I knew the latter would be useless. I instructed the second guide to get all the tourists back in their vehicles and leave once the backup rangers arrived. Then I took my rifle and tracking kit and approached the bridge. The tourists watched me from their vehicles, some filming with their phones. I wanted to tell them to stop, that this wasn't entertainment, but I focused on the task at hand. The bridge was about 4 meters above the dry riverbed. From the railing, I could see where the struggle had started. Scuff marks on the dusty concrete, a dark smear that was undoubtedly blood. Axel's hat lay on the ground below, along with his overturned water bottle. I didn't immediately descend. First, I scanned the area thoroughly, my rifle ready. Leopards often stay near their kills, especially if they haven't had time to feed properly or drag the prey up a tree. This one could still be very close. The sun was lower now, casting deep shadows in the brush. Perfect leopard conditions. My mouth went dry as I methodically checked every shadow, every patch of tall grass. Nothing moved except for the breeze through the acacia thorns. After 15 minutes of observation, I carefully made my way down the embankment to the riverbed. The ground was cracked clay, hard as concrete from months without rain. I moved slowly, deliberately, constantly scanning, my rifle at the ready. Every bush, every shadow potentially concealed a 70-kilogram predator that could cross the distance between us faster than I could aim. In the dry riverbed, I found Axel's Zippo lighter, one of those distinctive ones with a safari design, and a crushed pack of cigarettes. A few meters away, I found the first clear sign of what had happened, a drag mark cutting through the dust, accompanied by a blood trail. The leopard had pulled him through here, heading toward thicker vegetation. I followed the trail, every sense heightened to painful alertness. The hair on my neck stood up as I tracked the signs through the increasingly dense brush. After about 50 meters, something strange happened. The blood trail abruptly stopped. This isn't unusual in itself. Leopards will often carry their prey after initially dragging it, especially as they get closer to a preferred feeding location. But something felt wrong. There was too much blood, then nothing at all. No broken branches above indicating the leopard had somehow lifted its prey into a tree. No paw prints showing a change in direction. The trail simply vanished. I spent another hour carefully searching the area in expanding circles, looking for any sign of where the leopard might have taken Axel. Nothing. It was as if both predator and prey had simply disappeared. By then, backup had arrived. 2 senior rangers with more tracking experience than me. They found nothing either. As darkness approached, we had to suspend the search. Tracking a leopard through brush at night is suicide. We set up a perimeter and planned to resume at first light. That night at the ranger station, I couldn't sleep. The abrupt end to the blood trail kept replaying in my mind. In all my training, I'd never encountered anything like it. Predators don't make evidence disappear. They leave signs, broken vegetation, tracks, scat, pieces of clothing. Something should have been there. The next morning, with a larger team including professional trackers from the local Zulu community, we conducted a thorough search. We found scraps of Axel's clothing about 80 meters from where the blood trail had ended, at the base of a large acacia tree with claw marks ascending the trunk. But of Axel himself, We found nothing significant. The leopard had taken him somewhere we couldn't follow. That incident marked me in ways I struggled to explain. It wasn't just witnessing the aftermath of a colleague's death. It was the methodical, calculated nature of the predator. The way it chose its moment perfectly. The way it vanished with barely a trace. The park authorities eventually closed the case. They issued statements about tragic accidents and the unpredictable nature of wildlife. The tour company implemented stricter safety protocols. Tourists were no longer allowed out of vehicles at certain locations. Life moved on, but I didn't. 6 months later, I transferred to Botswana to a private reserve bordering the Okavango Delta. I told myself it was for career advancement, but really I was running from the memory of that day at the bridge. I thought a change of location would help. It didn't. If anything, it got worse. The Okavango has one of the highest leopard populations in Africa. They thrive in the mosaic of islands, floodplains and forests. My new job involved monitoring predator movements and ensuring the safety of both wildlife and the guests at the luxury lodges dotting the reserve. I'd been there about 2 months when the call came in. It was about 11 at night, and I was already in bed when my radio crackled. The night manager at one of the lodges was frantic, his voice breaking as he explained the situation. A teenage girl, part of a European family staying at the lodge, had decided to sleep on the covered veranda of her family's cabin. The lodges are designed to immerse guests in nature, often with open-air showers, minimal fencing, and verandas that extend into the surrounding wilderness. Despite numerous safety briefings and explicit rules about staying inside at night, she had set up a hammock on the veranda to sleep under the stars. Her parents had checked on her around 10 o'clock, then retired to their room. An hour later, her father went to tell her to come inside for the night. The hammock was empty. The mosquito net that had been draped over it was torn. There were marks on the wooden railing of the veranda. I was there within 20 minutes, along with 2 other rangers and the lodge's security staff. The scene was eerily similar to the Drakensberg incident. Signs of a struggle. Personal items scattered, in this case her phone with the screen still glowing, a water bottle, a book, and a trail leading away from the lodge into the darkness. But this time, we were dealing with an active situation. There was still a chance, however slim, that we might find her alive. Leopards don't always kill immediately. Sometimes they're interrupted while moving their prey to a safe feeding location. We followed the trail with spotlights, moving as quickly as we dared. The girl's father insisted on coming, despite our protests. I remember his face in the harsh beam of the flashlights, a mask of desperation and dawning horror as he gradually understood what we were tracking. We found more signs along the way, a hair tie, drops of blood on leaves. The trail led toward a large fig tree, about 200 meters from the lodge. Our spotlights caught the telltale gleam of eyes in the branches. I won't detail what we found in that tree. Some things don't need to be shared. What I will say is that when a leopard takes human prey, it treats it exactly the same as any other animal. There is no malice, no cruelty, just the efficient, methodical process of a predator feeding. The father's howl when our lights revealed the scene is something I'll never forget. It wasn't a sound of sadness or even grief. It was something more primal, the sound of a human being confronted with the absolute indifference of nature to our existence. In the aftermath, there were investigations, reports, meetings with management. The lodge installed better barriers on all verandas. Warning signs were made more explicit. Again, systems adapted, people moved on. But those 2 incidents changed something fundamental in how I view the world. It wasn't just learning to fear leopards, though that certainly happened. It was the realization of how thin the veneer of safety is, how quickly the natural order reasserts itself when we become careless. I still work as a ranger, though now I'm based at a research facility far from tourist areas. My job involves tracking predator movements using GPS collars and camera traps, safely distanced through technology. But even now, years later, I can't walk through the bush at dusk without feeling a prickle on the back of my neck. The worst moments are when I'm on night patrol, walking through darkness with just a flashlight, knowing that somewhere out there could be a predator watching me. The terror isn't in seeing a leopard, it's in scanning the blackness with your light and suddenly catching those two glowing eyes staring back at you. In that moment, you realize you aren't seeing the leopard. It has already been watching you for minutes, tracking your movements, calculating distances, deciding whether you're worth the effort. That's the thing about leopards that most people don't understand. When you spot one, it's not a chance encounter. It's because the leopard has already evaluated you and decided to reveal itself, or more terrifying, because it's already committed to attacking. I check every tree when I walk beneath it. I listen for the go-away bird more attentively than most people listen to their own relatives. I never hike alone, even in areas considered safe. Because I know the truth now, we're never at the top of the food chain in the bush. We're just visitors who sometimes get tolerated. Last week, I was reviewing footage from one of our remote camera traps. Most of it was routine. Herds of impala passing through, the occasional elephant, a clan of hyenas. Then I came to a series of night images that made me freeze. A large male leopard staring directly into the camera lens, its eyes reflecting the infrared flash as two perfect circles of light in the darkness. It wasn't just passing by. In frame after frame, over the course of 20 minutes, it sat there, studying the camera, studying us. In the final image, its face was inches from the lens, mouth slightly open, as if it was tasting the scent of the humans who had placed this strange object in its territory. I've seen hundreds of leopard images on our cameras. This was different. There was an intelligence in those eyes that felt personal, calculating, like it knew it was being watched and wanted us to know it was watching back. I didn't share those images with my colleagues. I filed the standard report about leopard activity in the sector, but I kept copies for myself, a reminder of what I learned in the Drakensberg years ago. When night falls here, we aren't the watchers, we're the watched. And sometimes, when that go-away bird calls its warning, the wisest thing is to listen. Story 5. Hunted in the night. My close call at the 24-hour market. I've been bartending in Boston for almost 4 years now, mostly evening shifts at this trendy place downtown. The money's good, especially on weekends, but sometimes the pressure can get intense. Last Tuesday was one of those nights. Packed house, drinks flowing non-stop, and then we ran out of basically everything essential at the worst possible moment. It was around 1:30 in the morning when my manager pulled me aside. We'd completely depleted our stock of limes, bitters, and some specialty liqueurs during an unexpected rush. The delivery wasn't scheduled until the next afternoon, and we still had 2 more hours until closing. He asked if I could make a quick run to this 24-hour market about 10 minutes away that caters to restaurant staff. They keep bar supplies in stock specifically for emergencies like ours. I was annoyed. Inventory management is literally his job, but I agreed because I needed the break. The bar was hot, crowded, and the smell of spilled beer was giving me a headache. Plus, I figured a quick drive with the windows down would clear my mind. The night air felt good after being stuck inside for hours. It was unseasonably warm for March in Boston, but with that underlying chill that never quite goes away until May. The streets were mostly empty, just the occasional taxi, and a few people stumbling home from bars that closed earlier. The market was one of those massive places with bright fluorescent lighting that makes everyone look sickly. Despite the hour, there were maybe a dozen other customers scattered throughout. Night shift workers grabbing lunch, a couple of college students loading up on energy drinks, the usual 24-hour crowd. I headed straight to the liquor section, which was tucked in the back corner. The store was set up with tall shelves, creating narrow aisles, and the lighting seemed dimmer back there compared to the front. I was checking my phone, scrolling through the list my manager had texted me when I first noticed them. Two guys standing at the end of the aisle, just staring at me. They weren't even pretending to shop. One was tall and lanky with a patchy beard, wearing a faded flannel shirt with the sleeves cut off despite the cool weather. The other was shorter but stockier, with a camo cap pulled low. Both had this weird, glassy look in their bloodshot eyes. At first, I tried to ignore them. Boston has plenty of characters, especially at this hour. I focused on grabbing the bottles on my list. Campari, Aperol, some fancy bitters my manager insisted on. But every time I glanced up, they were still watching me, whispering to each other. They had these small-town accents that stood out in the city. Not quite southern, but definitely rural Massachusetts or maybe New Hampshire. After a few minutes, they started moving in the same direction I was, always keeping one aisle over, appearing at the end of each row when I got there. It was like a creepy game of cat and mouse. I could hear snippets of their conversation, comments about my appearance, what they thought of my type, speculation about whether I was alone. My heart started beating faster. The market suddenly seemed much emptier than it had when I walked in. The few other customers were all up front, and the single visible employee was restocking shelves near the entrance, too far away to notice anything. I decided to just get what I needed and get out quickly. I grabbed the last few items and headed toward the self-checkout area, walking briskly without making it obvious I was scared. The self-checkout seemed safer than the regular registers, which were deserted, except for one bored cashier scrolling through her phone. As I approached the checkout area, I saw them split up. The taller one took the self-checkout machine right next to mine, while the other positioned himself by the exit. They weren't even bothering with the pretense of shopping anymore. The tall one's basket was empty. I kept my head down, scanning my items as quickly as possible, acutely aware of how close he was standing. I could smell him, this sour mix of stale cigarettes, body odor, and something chemical that made my nose burn. Maybe cheap cologne or mouthwash, but more likely alcohol or something worse. His eyes were so red they looked infected. He leaned closer, pretending to reach for the scanner, and said, "You work at one of them fancy bars downtown, huh? Bet you think you're real special." I didn't respond, just kept scanning. My hands were starting to shake. "I'm talking to you," he continued, his voice dropping lower. "It's rude to ignore people. Didn't your mama teach you manners?" His friend chuckled from his position near the door. I glanced up briefly and saw him watching us, arms crossed, rocking slightly on his heels like he was enjoying the show. The tall one moved closer still, close enough that his arm brushed against mine. "You think you're too good to talk to guys like us? We could show you a real good time, teach you some respect." That's when I felt a spike of real fear. Not just discomfort, but genuine fear. These weren't just annoying drunk guys being inappropriate. There was something predatory in their coordination, the way they'd positioned themselves, the escalating aggression. Without making it obvious, I slid my hand into my purse and gripped the small folding knife I always carry. I didn't pull it out, that would only escalate things, but having my hand on it made me feel slightly less powerless. "I need to get back to work," I said, trying to keep my voice steady. I made deliberate eye contact with a female employee who was arranging a display nearby. She had been watching the interaction, and something in my expression must have communicated my distress. She immediately walked over, her keys jangling from her belt loop. "Is this machine giving you trouble?" she asked loudly, then leaned closer and whispered, "Are these guys bothering you?" I nodded slightly, and she called over her shoulder, "Mike, can you come reset this terminal?" There was no mic that I could see, but the tall guy backed up a step. "Actually, let's move you to a register," she said, canceling my transaction with her employee code. These machines have been glitchy all night. She led me to a staffed checkout lane near what looked like the security office, where a uniformed guard was visible through a half-open door. The tall guy didn't follow, but he and his friend exchanged looks that made my skin crawl. "They came in about 20 minutes ago," the employee murmured as she helped me transfer my items to the conveyor belt. "Been acting weird, following female customers. I've already called my manager and we've got security watching them." I thanked her, genuinely grateful, and tried to calm my racing heart as the cashier rang up my purchases. Through the large front windows, I could see the parking lot, now mostly empty except for a few scattered cars and one large pickup truck with oversized tires. As I paid, I watched the two men exit the store without buying anything. They didn't leave the property, though. Instead, they climbed into the pickup truck but didn't drive away. The truck's engine started, and its headlights came on, illuminating the parking lot. "That's their truck," the employee said, following my gaze. "Want me to call the police?" I hesitated. What could I even report? They hadn't actually done anything illegal, just been creepy and threatening, and I needed to get back to the bar with the supplies. "I think they're waiting to see which car is yours," she continued, her voice low. "They've done this before. Last week, they followed a girl to her car, kept circling the lot until she pulled out. That's when true panic set in. My car was parked near the far end of the lot, partially hidden behind a row of shopping carts. I'd have to walk past their truck to reach it. "I've called security," the cashier said, seeing my expression. "They can escort you." The security guard, an older man with a prominent limp, approached a minute later. He didn't seem particularly intimidating, but his uniform and radio were reassuring. "I'll walk you out," he said matter-of-factly. "Which car is yours?" I pointed out my Honda and he nodded. "Let's go then. Stay close." As we pushed through the automatic doors into the parking lot, the truck's headlights swung in our direction. The engine revved loudly, an obvious intimidation tactic. I clutched my bags tighter, the plastic handles cutting into my fingers. The truck slowly began to move, cruising along the edge of the parking lot, its headlights sweeping across the pavement like searchlights. I felt completely exposed in their glare, like an animal caught in a hunter's beam. The security guard placed himself between me and the vehicle, but the gesture seemed futile against the massive truck. We walked at what felt like an agonizingly slow pace toward my car. With each step, I expected to hear the truck accelerate toward us, but it continued its slow circuit of the lot, the driver clearly watching, waiting to see which vehicle I approached. The moment we reached my car was when I felt the most vulnerable. The security guard stood by as I fumbled with my keys, my hands shaking so badly I could barely press the unlock button. The truck had completed its circuit and was now idling at the lot entrance, its headlights aimed directly at us. "Get in and lock the doors immediately," the guard instructed. "I'll stay right here until you're safely away." I slid into the driver's seat, placed the bags on the passenger floor, and locked the doors with trembling fingers. Through my windshield, I could see the truck still waiting, its engine rumbling loudly enough to hear even inside my car. Starting the engine, I took a deep breath and put the car in reverse. As soon as I began backing out, the truck's headlights flashed high beam, momentarily blinding me. I blinked away the spots in my vision and focused on carefully navigating out of the space. The truck hadn't moved from the exit. To leave the parking lot, I would have to drive past it. My mouth went completely dry, and I could feel sweat beading along my hairline despite the cool air blowing from my vents. I pulled out of the space and began driving slowly toward the exit, the security guard watching from where I'd left him. The truck remained stationary, its high beams illuminating the interior of my car as I approached. I could make out the silhouettes of both men inside watching me. When I was about 20 feet from the exit, the truck suddenly revved its engine loudly and lurched forward a few feet before stopping again, like a fake charge, testing my reaction. I instinctively hit the brakes, my heart hammering in my chest. For a moment, we were at a standoff, my small Honda facing their massive pickup. I had no way out except past them. I considered turning around and going back to the store entrance, but that would mean acknowledging their power to trap me. Then unexpectedly, a police cruiser pulled into the lot from the main road, its headlights sweeping across the scene. It wasn't coming for us, probably just an officer grabbing a late-night coffee. But its presence was enough. The truck's engine roared, and it peeled out of the lot, tires squealing against the asphalt as it disappeared down the street. The relief was so intense, I felt lightheaded. I drove past the spot where they'd been, half expecting them to jump out from somewhere, but they were gone. The police cruiser had parked, and the officer was walking toward the store entrance, completely unaware of what had just happened. I took a different route back to the bar, constantly checking my rearview mirror for headlights that matched the truck's height. Every red light was torturous. I'd lock my doors again, scan all directions, and prepare to accelerate quickly if needed. My knuckles were white on the steering wheel, and I kept blinking away tears that threatened to blur my vision. When I finally pulled into the alley behind the bar, I sat in my car for several minutes, just breathing. The thought that kept circling in my mind was how quickly an ordinary errand had turned into something sinister. How vulnerable I'd been, despite being in a well-lit public place in a major city. What terrifies me most, looking back, isn't what actually happened. It's what could have happened if that employee hadn't noticed my distress, if the security guard hadn't walked me out, if that police cruiser hadn't shown up at exactly the right moment. It's the realization that those men had clearly done this before and would likely do it again. It's been 3 days, and I've changed my routine completely. I don't work closing shifts anymore. I park in different spots each day. I've taken a different route to work every morning. I keep checking my rear-view mirror for that pickup truck, half convinced I'll see it following me again. I filed a police report the next day, but without license plate numbers or clear evidence of a crime, there wasn't much they could do. The market checked their security footage, which showed the men clearly following me through the store, but their faces were mostly obscured by their hats, and the parking lot cameras didn't capture the truck's plate. The officer who took my report was kind, but realistic. "Unfortunately, this happens more than you'd think," she said. "They probably target late-night shoppers, especially women alone. They're careful to stay just on the legal side of harassment." Last night I was driving home around midnight after having dinner at a friend's place. At a red light, a pickup truck pulled up beside me. Not the same one, I don't think, but similar enough that my heart started racing immediately. I couldn't even look over to confirm if the drivers were the same men. I just sat there frozen, staring straight ahead, praying for the light to change. When it finally turned green, I accelerated too hard, my tires squealing slightly. The truck didn't follow, but for the rest of the drive home, every set of headlights in my mirror looked threatening. I keep telling myself that I'm overreacting, that it was just two creeps being intimidating for their own sick amusement. But then I remember the calculated way they operated, the coordination, the positioning, the way they waited in the parking lot. This wasn't random, it was practiced. And that's what continues to haunt me. The thought that keeps me up at night isn't just the fear I felt in that moment when their headlights swept across the wet asphalt, searching for me like a spotlight. It's the knowledge that somewhere in Boston there's a pickup truck with 2 men inside, looking for women alone in parking lots at night. And next time, there might not be a helpful employee, a security guard, or a random police cruiser to intervene. I've always considered myself street smart. I've lived in cities my whole life. I carry pepper spray and a knife. I'm aware of my surroundings, but none of that mattered that night. In those moments in the parking lot, with their truck blocking the exit and their high beams in my eyes, I wasn't a capable adult. I was prey, and that feeling doesn't go away easily. So now, I'm the person who checks the back seat before getting in the car, who parks under streetlights, who has 3 different people on speed dial when walking to her car late at night. Because once you've felt what it's like to be hunted, you never stop looking over your shoulder. Story 6. The thing that looked like Joe. I've never told this story in its entirety before, partly because I still struggle to make sense of what happened, and partly because I'm afraid people will think I'm making it up. But what happened that summer afternoon, when I was 12 years old, changed how I viewed the woods behind our house forever. We moved to the outskirts of Boston when I was 9. Our house sat at the end of a cul-de-sac, backing right up to about 30 acres of dense forest. To my parents, the location was perfect, close enough to the city for my dad's commute, but with the privacy and nature they wanted. To me and my siblings, those woods were our own personal kingdom. My younger brother Joe was 7 at the time. He was born with a slight deformity in his right leg that gave him a noticeable limp. He was also small for his age, which unfortunately made him an easy target for teasing at school. But in our family, we were protective of him. He might have been the smallest, but he had the biggest personality, always laughing, always with some mischievous plan. It was a Saturday in late August, that perfect time of summer when the days are still long, but there's just a hint of fall in the air. Our parents had gone to some neighborhood function, leaving my older sister in charge. She was 15 and mostly interested in talking on the phone with her friends, so we had free rein of the backyard and the edge of the woods. There were 5 of us playing that afternoon. Me, Joe, my other brother who was 10, and 2 kids from down the street. We'd spent most of the day building what we called a fort, but was really just a pile of branches leaned against a fallen tree. As the sun started to dip lower, someone suggested we play hide and seek. Joe volunteered to be it first. We had a big oak tree at the edge of our yard that served as home base. Joe leaned against it, covered his eyes with his arm, and started counting loudly. 1, 2, 3. The rest of us scattered. The rules were that we could hide anywhere in the yard or within sight of the yard in the woods. We weren't supposed to go deeper than the first big ridge, a mound of earth about 50 yards in that had been piled up years ago when they developed the neighborhood. I remember running straight for that ridge. I'd found a perfect hiding spot there a few weeks earlier, a depression on the far side where a tree had partially uprooted, creating a natural hollow. If you crouched down, you were completely hidden from the yard side, but could still peek through some roots to see when the coast was clear. As I ran, I noticed my brother and the 2 neighborhood kids were heading in the same general direction. Great minds think alike, I guess. We all ended up hiding in different spots along the same ridge, just far enough apart that we couldn't see each other, but close enough that we could hear stifled giggles. 48, 49, 50. Ready or not, here I come. Joe's voice echoed through the trees. We waited and waited. The woods were unusually quiet that afternoon. No birds, no rustling of small animals, just the occasional creak of branches in the light breeze. After what felt like forever, but was probably only 10 minutes, I started to get impatient. Joe should have found at least one of us by now. I slowly peeked over the ridge to see if I could spot him. The backyard was empty, no sign of Joe anywhere. That's when I heard my brother's whispered voice from somewhere to my left. Did he go back inside? One of the neighborhood kids shushed him, and then we all fell silent again, listening intently. Nothing, just that strange, heavy silence of the woods. After another 5 minutes, I was officially bored and a little annoyed. I climbed out of my hiding spot and stood up on the ridge, fully exposed. "Joe?" I called out. "Game over. You're taking too long." No response. The others slowly emerged from their hiding spots, looking equally confused and irritated. "Maybe he gave up," my brother suggested. "Or he's hiding instead of seeking," one of the neighborhood kids added. We agreed to head back to the house. As we walked toward the yard, we kept calling Joe's name, thinking he might be trying to prank us. The four of us were chatting, speculating on where he might be hiding, when suddenly one of the kids stopped dead in his tracks. "Look! There he is!" We all turned to see a small figure standing at the edge of the trees on the far side of the yard. It was about Joe's height and build, and even from that distance, I could make out what looked like his red t-shirt and the slight tilt of his posture from his limp. "Joe! We give up!" I shouted, waving my arms. The figure didn't respond. It just stood there, partially obscured by shadows, watching us. "Come on, stop being weird!" my brother yelled. The figure took a step back, deeper into the trees, still watching us. "What's he doing?" one of the kids muttered. Irritated, I decided to go get him. "I'll drag him back," I announced, and started jogging across the yard toward where we'd seen him. As I approached, the figure turned and moved deeper into the woods. I caught just a glimpse of red shirt disappearing among the trees. "Joe! Stop messing around!" I called, picking up my pace. I entered the woods at the spot where I'd seen him disappear. The temperature seemed to drop several degrees under the dense canopy. Looking around, I caught another glimpse of movement, that familiar, limping gait moving away from me. "Joe!" I was getting genuinely annoyed now. "Mom and Dad are going to be home soon." I followed, pushing through underbrush, trying to keep that flash of red shirt in sight. He was leading me along a faint trail I hadn't noticed before, moving deeper into the woods than we were allowed to go. After a few minutes of this chase, I stopped, catching my breath and listening. The woods were completely silent. No birds, no insects, nothing. "This isn't funny anymore," I shouted, my voice sounding strange and muffled in the dense air. That's when I heard it. A soft, familiar laugh coming from somewhere ahead of me. Joe's laugh. But something about it made the hair on my arms stand up. It sounded off, like someone doing an impression of my brother's laugh rather than the genuine article. I took a few more hesitant steps forward and then stopped. A feeling of wrongness washed over me. Something wasn't right. I suddenly realized I was much deeper in the woods than I'd ever been before, and I couldn't hear the others calling anymore. The light seemed different too, dimmer, though it was still hours before sunset. That's when the fear kicked in. Real fear, not the mild anxiety of breaking rules or getting lost. Something deep and primal that told me I needed to get out of there immediately. I turned and ran back the way I came, or at least the way I thought I'd come. The trees all looked the same, and the trail seemed to have disappeared. I was on the verge of panic when I finally burst out of the tree line and into our backyard, breathing hard. The others were still there, standing in a tight group, looking worried. "Did you find him?" my brother asked. I shook my head, trying to catch my breath. "I saw him, but he kept running away from me." He went really deep into the woods. One of the neighborhood kids frowned. "What are you talking about?" "We've been watching you the whole time." "Yeah," my brother added. "You ran across the yard and then just stood at the edge of the woods for like a minute, looking in. Then you ran back." I stared at them, confusion and the first tendrils of real dread creeping up my spine. "No, I followed Joe into the woods. I was gone for at least 5 minutes." They all exchanged glances. "You were never out of our sight," one of them insisted, "and we didn't see Joe at all." "But you pointed him out," I said, turning to the kid who had first spotted him. "You saw him at the edge of the woods." The boy looked uncomfortable. "Yeah, I thought I did. But when you got closer, there was nothing there, just shadows and trees." I felt sick. Had I imagined the whole thing? The red shirt, the limping figure, that not quite right laugh. "Let's just go inside and find Joe," my brother suggested, clearly unsettled by my insistence. We trudged back to the house, calling for Joe the whole way. When we got inside, my sister was still on the phone in the kitchen. She covered the mouthpiece when we walked in. Keep it down, will you? I'm talking to... Have you seen Joe? I interrupted. She rolled her eyes. He's in the den. Has been for like an hour. Said he was bored of your baby games. We all looked at each other, then rushed to the den. Sure enough, there was Joe, cross-legged on the floor, deeply focused on a board game he'd set up for himself. He looked up, annoyed at our noisy entrance. What? Have you been in here the whole time? I demanded. Yeah, so? But you were counting. You were playing hide and seek with us. Joe shook his head. No, I wasn't. I came inside after we finished the fort. You guys decided to play without me. My brother and the neighborhood kids were all staring at me now, confusion and the beginnings of fear on their faces. But we heard you counting, one of them said weakly. Joe just shrugged. Wasn't me. I felt like the floor was tilting under me. If Joe had been inside for an hour, then who, or what, had been counting at the oak tree? What had I seen at the edge of the woods, wearing a red shirt just like Joe's? What had I followed into the trees? We didn't talk about it much after that. It was too weird, too inexplicable. The neighborhood kids went home early, making excuses about dinner time. My brother avoided meeting my eyes for the rest of the evening. Joe remained oblivious, insisting he'd been inside the whole time. I couldn't sleep that night. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw that small, limping figure disappearing between the trees, heard that almost but not quite right laugh. I kept telling myself it was just my imagination, a trick of the light, a misunderstanding. For days afterward, I avoided the woods. The others did too, without us having to discuss it. We played in the front yard or rode our bikes around the neighborhood instead. No one suggested hide and seek again. About a week later, my curiosity overcame my fear. While everyone else was busy inside, I crept back to the edge of the woods and stood there, staring into the shadows between the trees. Nothing seemed unusual. Birds were singing, squirrels chattered, a light breeze rustled the leaves. It all looked so normal, so harmless in the bright afternoon sun. Gathering my courage, I walked to the oak tree where we'd started our game that day. Standing beside it, I called out softly, feeling both ridiculous and terrified. Hello? Is anyone there? The woods fell silent. No birds, no rustling leaves, no squirrels. Just that same heavy, waiting silence I'd noticed during our hide-and-seek game. I stood frozen, my heart pounding in my ears. Then, from somewhere deep among the trees, I heard it, the faint sound of counting. 1, 2, 3. The voice was childlike, but with a strange echoing quality, as if it were coming from the bottom of a well. It sounded like Joe, but wrong somehow, like when you hear a recording of your own voice and can't quite recognize it as yours. I ran back to the house and didn't go near the woods alone again that summer. Life went on. We didn't talk about what happened, and eventually the memory faded, becoming just a weird childhood incident, creepy, but easy to dismiss as imagination or misunderstanding. I convinced myself that's all it was. Until 3 years later. I was 15 by then. It was spring break and I had a friend from school staying over. He'd never been to our house before. We were hanging out in the backyard, tossing a football around, when he suddenly stopped mid-throw, looking past me toward the woods. "Hey, isn't that your little brother?" he asked, pointing. I turned, following his gaze. There, at the exact same spot at the edge of the woods where we'd seen the figure 3 years earlier, was what appeared to be Joe, watching us. A cold dread washed over me. "What does he look like?" I asked, not turning away from the tree line. Small kid, red shirt. He's just standing there staring at us. The same outfit, the same spot. I felt my mouth go dry. "That's not Joe," I said quietly. My friend looked confused. "But it looks just like the kid you showed me in the family photo, your younger brother." "Joe's at a sleepover," I said, my voice barely above a whisper. "He left this morning. He's not even in the neighborhood today." As we stood there, frozen, the figure moved slightly, shifting its weight in that distinctive way Joe did to compensate for his limp. Then it raised one hand, almost like a wave, but the movement was jerky, unnatural. "We need to go inside," I said, grabbing my friend's arm. "Right now." "But what about your brother? Why is he—" "That's not my brother," I repeated, pulling him toward the house. "Don't look at it. Just come inside." My friend resisted for a moment, staring at the figure. "But it looks just like—" His voice trailed off as the figure took a step forward, emerging slightly from the shadows. Even from that distance, we could both see that something was wrong with its face. It had features, eyes, nose, mouth, but they were somehow blurred, like a photograph that someone had smudged before it fully developed. That's when my friend finally understood. He let me pull him toward the house, both of us walking backward, unwilling to turn our backs on whatever was watching us from the tree line. Just before we reached the back door, the thing that wasn't Joe tilted its head at an impossible angle, as if curious about our retreat. Then it opened its mouth in what might have been a smile, but looked more like a tear in fabric, and raised its hand again in that unnatural wave. We slammed the door shut behind us and locked it, then closed all the blinds on the back of the house. My friend was shaking, his face pale. "What the hell was that?" he whispered. I didn't have an answer then, and I still don't now. All I know is that something lives in those woods, something that can look like someone you know, can mimic their voice, their movements, their laugh, something child-sized that for whatever reason has fixated on my brother Joe. We never talked about it with our parents. What would we even say? That sometimes there's a copy of Joe in the woods? That it counts when we play hide and seek and follows us through the trees? That it waits at the edge of the forest, watching our house? Over the years, I've caught glimpses of it occasionally, always at a distance, always just at the tree line, always wearing red. I've heard it counting, calling, laughing, always with Joe's voice, but somehow wrong, as if it's learning to be human by watching us, but hasn't quite mastered it. The last time I saw it was the day we moved away for college. I was packing the last boxes into my car when I felt that familiar prickle on the back of my neck, the feeling of being watched. I turned slowly, and there it was, standing in its usual spot where the yard meets the woods. It looked older, as if it had aged along with the real Joe. Same height, same posture, same limp. It raised its hand in that jerky wave, and for just a second I thought I heard a voice, that almost but not quite right version of my brother's voice, carried on the breeze. "Bye." I've been away for 3 years now. Joe's in his senior year of high school, getting ready for college himself. I asked him once, carefully, if he ever saw anything strange in the woods behind our house. He gave me an odd look and changed the subject. But sometimes when we're home for holidays, I catch him staring out the back windows toward the tree line, a troubled expression on his face. I don't know what lives in those woods. I don't know why it chose to mimic my brother or what it wants from us. All I know is that every time I go home, I check the tree line, and sometimes, if I look long enough, I see a figure watching the house, a figure wearing red, standing with a slight tilt to accommodate a limp that isn't really there. And I wonder what would happen if one day I walked out to meet it, or if I called out the name it's borrowed. I wonder if it would answer, not with Joe's voice, but with its own. Story 7. The Man Who Turned to Stone. I've been on the streets of Seattle for almost 3 years now. Not by choice at first, but after a while you kind of adapt to it. I don't want to get into all the details of how I ended up homeless. That's a whole other story involving medical bills, a landlord from hell, and the world's most poorly timed layoff. What matters is that by February of last year, I'd established something of a routine. I knew which shelters were safest, which restaurant dumpsters had the best leftovers, and which construction sites offered decent protection from the rain when the shelters were full. That night was particularly cold for Seattle. We'd had this weird cold snap that dropped temperatures into the 20s, which might not sound bad if you're from Minnesota or something, but for us, it was brutal. The shelters were all packed, and I'd missed the cutoff time anyway because I'd spent too long at the library using their computers. I'd been playing Kerbal Space Program on their public terminals. It's this game where you build rockets and launch them into space. I got really into it when I still had my apartment and gaming PC. Now it's one of the few things that makes me feel connected to my old life. So anyway, I was heading to this construction site I knew about. It was an office building they'd started working on a few months back. They had these huge concrete drainage pipes stacked up in one corner of the lot, waiting to be installed. They were maybe 6 feet in diameter, plenty big enough to crawl into and get some protection from the wind. I'd slept there a couple times before when I was desperate. It was around 11 at night when I got there. The site was dark, except for a few security lights that cast these long shadows across the lot. I climbed through a gap in the chain-link fence and made my way toward the pipes, trying to stay quiet. The last thing I needed was for some security guard to spot me and call the cops. As I got closer to the pipes, I realized someone else had had the same idea. There was a guy sitting on the ground next to one of the pipes, his back against the concrete. He was talking to himself, gesturing at the sky. Great, I thought. Some tweaker having a conversation with the stars. Just what I needed. I almost turned around to find somewhere else, but it was so damn cold, and I knew these pipes were my best option. So I approached cautiously, making enough noise that I wouldn't startle him. Street etiquette. You don't sneak up on people. That's how you get stabbed. "Hey," I called out softly. "Mind if I crash in one of these pipes too? It's freezing out here." The guy stopped talking and looked at me. He was older, maybe in his 50s, with this wild grey beard and these intense eyes that seemed to reflect the security lights more than they should have. He was wearing layers of mismatched clothes, not unusual for someone on the streets, but they looked oddly clean. No dirt, no stains, which was weird for someone sleeping rough. "The perigee is wrong," he said, his voice surprisingly clear. "They're using inefficient transfer orbits, wasting delta V. I stopped in my tracks. Those weren't the ramblings of a typical street person. Those were terms from orbital mechanics, the same stuff I dealt with in Kerbal Space Program." "What did you say?" I asked, taking a step closer. "Hohmann transfers are fine for cargo, but not for them," he continued, pointing up at the night sky. "They need to utilize the gravitational slingshot effect for proper apex alignment." And I felt a weird chill that had nothing to do with the temperature. This guy was using legitimate space terminology, and not just basic stuff. He was talking about orbital maneuvers that I only knew from hundreds of hours of playing that game. Something compelled me to sit down near him, though I still kept a safe distance. Maybe it was the cold, or the oddity of hearing someone on the streets talk about orbital mechanics, or just the human desire for conversation after days of being ignored by everyone who passed me. "Are you into astronomy?" I asked, trying to sound casual. He looked at me then, really looked at me, and his eyes seemed to focus properly for the first time. "You understand the terms," he said. It wasn't a question. "Yeah, I play this game called Kerbal Space Program. It's a spaceflight simulator. You build rockets and try to get them into orbit, or to the moon, or other planets. It uses real physics." His face lit up with this strange smile. "Not a game," he said, shaking his head. "Training." I laughed nervously. "Well, yeah, I guess it is pretty educational." "They watch who plays," he interrupted, his voice dropping to a whisper. "They identify the ones who understand, the ones who could help." Now we were venturing into typical street person paranoia territory, but something about his intensity made it hard to just dismiss him as crazy. Plus, he was using all these technical terms correctly. This wasn't word salad. He understood what he was saying. "Who's they?" I asked, more to humor him than anything else. Instead of answering, he started drawing in the dirt with his finger. At first, I thought he was just making random patterns, but as I watched, I realized he was drawing constellations accurately. I recognized Orion, Cassiopeia, and some others I couldn't name. But then he started adding lines between stars that shouldn't have been connected, creating new patterns I'd never seen. Flight paths, he murmured. Not from here to there. He pointed up, then to the horizon. From there to here. He kept drawing, adding more lines, more points that didn't correspond to any stars I knew. Some of the marks he made were deeper, more deliberate, as if they represented something more important. "Are you an astronomer?" I asked. "Or did you work for NASA or something?" He laughed, but it wasn't a happy sound. I was nobody. Drove a delivery truck, lived in a little apartment, watched the sky at night with a telescope I bought at a garage sale. That sounded more like the typical background of someone who ended up on the streets. Normal life. Then something goes wrong. I could relate to that. "So what happened?" I prompted. "I saw something I wasn't supposed to see," he said, tapping one of the deeper marks in his dirt drawing. "Through my telescope. Something that wasn't on any star chart." I nodded, still thinking this was just an elaborate delusion, but an interesting one. "What did you see?" "People," he said simply. "But not people like you and me. People with metal wings." He must have seen the skepticism on my face because he suddenly grabbed my arm. His grip was surprisingly strong for an older guy. "I know how it sounds," he said urgently. "I know, but I saw them. Through my telescope first, then later, up close." "Up close?" I repeated, trying to gently pull my arm away. He let go and started rolling up his pant leg. I tensed, not sure what to expect. Was he going to show me some self-inflicted injury, a prison tattoo? But what I saw made me forget the cold completely. On the back of his calf was what looked like a wound, but unlike any I'd ever seen. The skin around it was grey, with a texture that reminded me of rough concrete or stone. The discoloration spread about 6 inches in diameter, with the center being the darkest, almost black. It didn't look infected. There was no redness, no swelling, but it didn't look healthy either. It looked wrong. "What happened to your leg?" I asked, leaning slightly closer despite myself. "They touched me," he said, pulling his pant leg back down, "when they came to my apartment. They were curious. They don't understand our biology. Their touch does this." He gestured to his leg. "It spreads slowly, turns flesh to stone." I swallowed hard. The rational part of my brain said this was some kind of skin condition, maybe vitiligo or some fungal infection. But something about the texture, the perfect gradation from normal skin to that stone-like surface, didn't look like any medical condition I'd seen. "Have you been to a doctor?" I asked. He shook his head. What would I tell them? That aliens touched me? They'd lock me up. Besides, his voice trailed off and he looked up at the sky again. "It's too late anyway." "Too late for what?" "For me. The change is irreversible and spreading. Started with just a small spot the size of a fingerprint. Now," he gestured vaguely at his body, "now I can feel it in my bones. My insides are getting heavy, calcifying." He spoke so matter-of-factly about it, like someone discussing a terminal cancer diagnosis they'd come to terms with. There was no self-pity, just a resigned acceptance. "Why are you telling me this?" I asked. "Because you understand orbits," he said, as if it were obvious. "Because you might see them too someday, and you should know what happens if they touch you." He went back to his drawing in the dirt, adding more details, more lines connecting invisible points. As he drew, he started telling me about them, the beings with the metal wings. According to him, they weren't exactly aliens in the traditional sense. They were more like travelers from somewhere else, using Earth as a temporary landing point. He described their ships, not saucers or anything from science fiction, but strange angular constructions that could fold in on themselves, becoming smaller or larger as needed. They fold space, he explained, making a crumpling motion with his hands. Not like in movies, not teleportation, more like making the distance shorter. He spoke about their appearances on Earth throughout history, how they had been seen by ancient civilizations who thought they were angels or gods, how they had inspired certain architectural structures that served as navigational markers for them, how they had taken some humans with them over the centuries. Under normal circumstances, I would have nodded politely and looked for the first opportunity to extricate myself from the conversation. But something about his detailed knowledge of orbital mechanics, combined with that disturbing wound on his leg, kept me sitting there in the cold, listening. "Why do they come here?" I asked. "Resources sometimes, observation mostly. They're scientists in their way. We're an experiment they've been running for thousands of years. And they just, what, abduct people occasionally?" He shook his head. "Not abduction, recruitment. They only take volunteers or people who are already dying. They're not cruel." "But they're turning you to stone," I pointed out. "An accident," he replied. "They didn't mean to. Their biology is partly mineral. Their touch affects organic matter if they're not careful. Usually they wear protection when they interact with us, but one of them was curious about my skin texture. Touched me directly." He shrugged. "A mistake." We talked for what felt like hours, though it was probably just one. Despite the cold, I was completely engrossed in his story. He explained how the winged people communicated through a combination of sounds and electromagnetic pulses that human ears could only partially detect. How they had bases deep in the ocean and high in the mountains. How they were particularly active during certain astronomical alignments. "They'll be here tonight," he said suddenly, looking up at the sky again. "That's why I came to this spot. Open view of the sky. They promised to come back for me before the change completes." I followed his gaze upward. The sky was clear, stars visible despite the city lights. I didn't see anything unusual. "You don't have to believe me," he said quietly. "I know how it sounds. I wouldn't have believed it either before." "I don't think you're lying," I said carefully. "I think you believe what you're saying." He nodded, seemingly satisfied with that. "That's enough." The conversation lulled, and I realized how cold I'd gotten sitting there. My fingers were numb, and I couldn't feel my toes. I needed to get into one of those pipes and try to warm up. "I'm going to crawl into one of these pipes," I told him. "You're welcome to join. It's too cold to stay out in the open." He shook his head. "I need to be where they can see me." I hesitated, feeling strangely reluctant to leave him alone. "I'll be right there if you need anything," I said, pointing to one of the pipes nearby. He nodded again, then went back to staring at the sky. I crawled into the nearest pipe, which was marginally warmer than outside, though still brutally cold. I curled up, using my backpack as a pillow, and tried to get comfortable on the curved concrete surface. Despite my exhaustion, sleep wouldn't come. I kept thinking about the strange man, his detailed knowledge of orbital mechanics, and that disturbing stone-like patch on his leg. I must have dozed off eventually, because I was jolted awake by a scream, a horrifying, raw sound of pure terror that cut through the night. "No! Please! No!" I scrambled out of the pipe, disoriented and heart-pounding. The scream had come from where I'd left the man. As I emerged, the construction site was flooded with an intense white light from above. For a split second, I thought it was a police helicopter, but there was no sound, no rotor noise, no engine, just blinding light and complete silence. I raised my arm to shield my eyes, squinting against the glare. Through my fingers, I could make out two tall figures standing near where the man had been. They were silhouetted against the light, their forms strangely elongated, and from their backs extended what looked like, I can barely type this without sounding insane, structures that resembled wings. Not feathered wings like birds or angels, but something more geometric, almost mechanical, that caught and reflected the light in impossible ways. The light was so bright I couldn't see clearly. My eyes watered, and spots danced in my vision. But I distinctly saw the two figures lift upward, rising straight into the air with no visible means of propulsion. Then, as suddenly as it had appeared, the light vanished. The night returned to normal darkness, with just the faint glow of the security lamps illuminating the construction site. I stood frozen for several seconds, trying to process what I had just seen. Then I stumbled forward, toward where the man had been sitting. He was gone. Completely gone. But his possessions remained: a worn duffel bag, a thin blanket, and a pair of shoes placed neatly side by side, as if he had stepped out of them before. Before what? Being taken? Disintegrating? Vanishing? I looked up at the sky. It was just an ordinary night sky now. Stars partially obscured by city lights, nothing unusual. No craft, no light, no winged figures. With shaking hands, I picked up a stick and poked at the shoes, half expecting them to be empty. They weren't. Something was in them, something heavy. I hesitantly reached down and turned one shoe over. Out fell what looked like a perfectly foot-shaped piece of stone. Gray, rough-textured, exactly like the patch I'd seen on the man's leg, but formed into the exact shape of a human foot, down to the toenails. I dropped the shoe and backed away, my breath coming in short gasps. The stone foot lay there on the dirt, undeniable and impossible. I spent the rest of the night huddled in that concrete pipe, too terrified to sleep, too shaken to leave. As dawn broke, I forced myself to go back to where the man had been. In the pale morning light, I examined the area again. The shoes were still there. The stone foot was still there. His duffel bag and blanket remained untouched. But something else caught my eye: his drawing in the dirt. In the better light, I could see that what I'd taken for random connections between stars was actually a detailed map of some kind. And at the center of it all was a perfectly inscribed symbol I'd never seen before, complex, yet clearly deliberate, not something you could accidentally scratch in the dirt. I took out my phone, an old model I keep charged at the library, and snapped pictures of everything: the shoes, the stone foot, the drawing in the dirt. I don't know why. Evidence, I guess. Proof that I hadn't imagined it all. Then I gathered my few possessions and left the construction site as quickly as I could. I spent the day wandering around the city in a daze, replaying the events of the night in my mind, trying to find some rational explanation. There isn't one. I've shown the pictures to a few people, other homeless folks mostly, since nobody else will give me the time of day. Some think it's a hoax. Some think I'm crazy. One guy, an ex-geology professor who lives under the Fremont Bridge, examined the photo of the stone foot closely and said it appeared to be calcium carbonate, the same material as limestone, but with an impossible crystalline structure. It's been months now, and I still can't explain what I saw that night. I've gone back to the construction site a few times, but they've made progress on the building, and the pipes are long gone. There's no trace of what happened, but I still look up at the night sky differently now. And I've started playing Kerbal Space Program at the library with renewed intensity, learning everything I can about orbital mechanics. Just in case. Because what if he was right? What if they are watching who plays these games, who understands these concepts? What if they are coming back? And what if next time they come for me? Story 8. The Girl in the Dark. What I saw during the blackout. I've been working at this massive industrial warehouse in Seattle for almost 3 years now. It's one of those places so big you can barely see from one end to the other. We're talking nearly the size of 3 football fields under one roof. I'm on the night shift, which runs from 10 at night to 6 in the morning. Usually, there are about 15 of us spread across the facility, each minding our own stations and barely seeing each other throughout the shift. Last Thursday was supposed to be a normal night. It was a holiday weekend, so we were running with even fewer staff than usual. Just me and 8 others spread thin across this enormous building. I work in quality control, checking products as they come off the line before they're packaged and shipped. My station is toward the back of the facility, away from the main floor, so I'm used to being alone for hours at a time. The night started routinely enough. I got in at 9:45, grabbed coffee from the break room, chatted with a couple co-workers, and clocked in at 10. The first few hours were completely normal, just the steady hum of machinery, the occasional beep from the scanners, the distant sound of forklifts moving pallets. The massive overhead lights buzzed faintly like they always do, casting that harsh industrial glow that makes everyone look slightly sick and washes out all color. Around 2:30 in the morning, I was doing my usual checks when I noticed the lights flicker. Just once, briefly, like a quick blink. I didn't think much of it. Power fluctuations happen occasionally, especially when they're running the heavy equipment. But about 10 minutes later, they flickered again, this time for several seconds. The machines in my section slowed, their pitch dropping before returning to normal as the light stabilized. One of my co-workers from the packaging section walked by and mentioned that the supervisor was checking the breaker panel, saying something about unusual power draws from the east wing. Again, nothing too concerning, just routine warehouse stuff. It was just after 3 in the morning when it happened. I was bent over inspecting a product when suddenly every light in the facility went out simultaneously. Not a flicker this time, total darkness. The machines wound down with that distinctive declining whine, and then there was silence. The kind of silence you never hear in a place like this, where something is always running, always humming, always moving. I froze, still bent over the inspection table. The darkness was absolute. I couldn't see my hand in front of my face. The warehouse has no windows, and with the overhead lights out, there was zero ambient light. I've experienced power outages before, but never in a space this large and this utterly dark. "Hello?" I called out, my voice sounding strange and muffled in the silent darkness. No one answered. I straightened up slowly, trying to orient myself. I knew the layout of my section well enough, but in that perfect darkness, even familiar spaces become treacherous. I carefully felt along the edge of my workstation, trying to remember where I'd left my phone. I usually keep it in my locker during shifts, but I'd been expecting an important call that night and had kept it nearby. As I fumbled around, I became aware of a sound. At first, I thought it was water running somewhere. Maybe a pipe had burst, causing the electrical issue. But as I listened more carefully, I realized it was too thin, too high-pitched for water. It was more like a whine, a keening. I stopped moving, trying to pinpoint the direction of the sound. It seemed to be coming from the main production floor, maybe 50 yards away through a series of large open doorways. As I concentrated on listening, the sound clarified into something that made my skin immediately prickle with goosebumps. It was a child's voice, a high, frightened cry that echoed through the cavernous space. I felt my mouth go dry. There are no children in our facility. Ever. It's strictly against safety protocols, and besides, it was 3 in the morning. The cry came again, louder this time, with a desperate quality that made my chest tighten. It sounded like a little girl, maybe 5 or 6 years old, calling out in pain or fear. "Hello?" I shouted again, much louder this time. "Is someone there?" "Who's there?" My voice echoed back at me, but there was no response except for that same child's cry, which now seemed to be moving, receding further into the warehouse, away from where I stood. A rational part of my brain was telling me this was impossible. There couldn't be a child in the warehouse. It had to be something else. Maybe some piece of machinery making an unusual noise as it powered down. Or maybe the sound was coming from outside the building somehow. But that cry was so distinctly human, so unmistakably a child in distress, that I couldn't ignore it. I finally located my phone and turned on the flashlight. The beam seemed pathetically small in the vast darkness, illuminating just a small circle a few feet in front of me. I swept it around, getting my bearings. My workstation was just as I'd left it, product samples still laid out for inspection. The darkness beyond my little circle of light seemed even deeper, almost solid. I debated what to do. The sensible thing would be to stay put and wait for the power to come back on, or for someone with a proper flashlight to find me. But that cry had sounded so real, so desperate. What if, somehow, there really was a child lost in the warehouse? Just as I was trying to decide, the emergency lighting finally kicked in. It should have activated immediately when the power went out, but our building is old and the systems are unreliable. The emergency lights were dim yellow bulbs placed at wide intervals along the walls and exit routes. They cast just enough light to see vague shapes and outlines, creating more shadows than illumination. In the weak amber glow, I could now make out the general layout of my section and the doorways leading to the main floor. The child's cry had stopped, but I was already moving toward where I'd heard it last, my phone's flashlight extended in front of me. "Hello?" I called again as I entered the main production area. "Is anyone there? Do you need help?" The main floor was a maze of conveyor belts, packing stations, and tall shelves stacked with products. In the dim emergency lighting, familiar machinery took on ominous shapes, like crouching figures waiting in the gloom. My flashlight beam bounced off reflective surfaces, creating momentary illusions of movement in my peripheral vision. I moved slowly between the production lines, listening intently. The silence was oppressive now, broken only by the occasional creak of the building settling and my own footsteps on the concrete floor. I was about to turn back, convinced I'd imagined the whole thing, when I heard it again, that same high, childlike sound. But this time, it wasn't a cry. It was a laugh, a quiet, eerie giggle that seemed to come from somewhere ahead of me between two tall shelving units. The sound made me freeze mid-step. A cry for help was one thing that could compel you to investigate out of human decency. But a laugh, that changed the whole situation. There was something profoundly unsettling about a child's laugh echoing through a darkened warehouse at 3 in the morning. "Who's there?" I demanded, my voice sharper now, edged with fear rather than concern. "This isn't funny. Show yourself." Silence answered me. I swept my flashlight between the shelves where I thought the sound had come from, but there was nothing there, just boxes of product stacked neatly as always. I'd like to say I bravely continued my search, but the truth is that laugh scared me enough that I decided to head back. I turned around, intending to return to my workstation and wait with the other workers from my section, when I heard the sound of running water. It wasn't the building's plumbing this time. It was too close, too distinct. It sounded like water running from a faucet just a few yards away. I turned toward the sound and realized it was coming from the direction of the employee restrooms. Now, this made a bit more sense. Maybe someone had been in the bathroom when the lights went out and had turned on the faucet to help find their way. I walked toward the restroom entrance, calling out, "Hey, anyone in there? You okay?" The water sound continued steadily. As I approached the restroom door, I noticed something strange. Water was seeping out from under the door, spreading across the concrete floor in a widening puddle. Great, I thought, a burst pipe on top of everything else. I pushed the door open, my flashlight illuminating the small employee restroom. The sight that greeted me made no sense. Every faucet in the row of sinks was running full blast, every single one, but the restroom was empty. I felt the hairs on my arms stand up. Someone would have had to turn on each faucet individually. They couldn't all malfunction simultaneously like that, and there was no one in sight. I backed out of the restroom, my heart pounding. That's when I heard the child's voice again, this time much closer, almost right behind me. "Hello," it said. Not a cry, not a laugh, but a simple greeting in a young girl's voice. I spun around, my flashlight beam cutting through the gloom, but there was no one there, just the empty production floor, the looming shapes of idle machinery. "Where are you?" I demanded, my voice cracking slightly. "This isn't funny." For a moment, there was nothing. Then, from somewhere in the darkness beyond my light, came a response that made my blood run cold. "I'm lost," the voice said softly. "I can't find my way out." Before I could respond, the overhead lights suddenly exploded back to life. The brightness was shocking after the darkness, and I instinctively raised my hand to shield my eyes. The machines around me began to power up with various beeps and whirs, their startup sequences initiating automatically. As my eyes adjusted to the light, I looked around quickly. The production floor was exactly as it should be. No sign of anyone, certainly no child. The only evidence that anything unusual had happened was the water still seeping from under the restroom door. I stood there for a moment, disoriented and unsettled. Had I imagined the voice? Was I so freaked out by the power outage that my mind had conjured up something to be afraid of? That's when I saw her, just for a second, as I lowered my hand from my eyes and glanced toward one of the production lines. There, partially hidden behind a large piece of equipment, was what appeared to be a small girl. She had dark hair and what I can only describe as deep, shadowy features, not as in race or ethnicity, but as if her face was partially obscured by darkness, even in the bright overhead lighting. She was looking directly at me, one arm extended slightly, as if reaching out. I blinked in surprise, and in that fraction of a second she was gone. Just gone, like she'd never been there at all. I rushed to the spot where I'd seen her, looking behind the equipment, under the conveyor belt, everywhere a small child could possibly hide. Nothing, not a trace. By this time, other workers were emerging from various parts of the warehouse, everyone talking about the unexpected blackout. Our supervisor came through, asking if everyone was okay, explaining that there had been a power surge that tripped the main breakers. Normal, explainable things. I asked if anyone else had heard a child during the blackout. Most people looked at me like I was crazy. One guy joked about the isolation of night shift getting to me. Another suggested it might have been the sound of air escaping from the pneumatic systems as they depressurized during the power loss. But one of the older workers, a man who'd been at the warehouse since it opened, gave me a strange look. "Where did you hear it?" he asked quietly, after the others had moved away. I described the location, near the east production line. He nodded slowly. "That section was built over an old foundation," he said. "Before this was a warehouse, there was another building here back in the 40s. Some kind of factory, I think." "What does that have to do with hearing a child?" I asked. He shrugged. "Probably nothing, but there was a story. Just a rumor, really, about an accident. A worker brought his daughter to work one day when school was closed. She wandered off while he was working, got lost in the factory. They found her too late." He looked uncomfortable. "Like I said, probably just an old story. These places always have stories." He walked away before I could ask anything else, leaving me standing there trying to process what he'd told me. The rest of the shift passed in a blur. I went through the motions of my job, but I couldn't stop thinking about what I'd seen and heard. Every time I walked near that section of the production line, I felt a chill, like someone was watching me. Several times I thought I caught movement in my peripheral vision, but when I turned to look, there was never anything there. That was 3 days ago. I've worked 2 shifts since then, and everything has been completely normal. No power outages, no strange sounds, no glimpses of impossible children. My co-workers have already forgotten my ghost story, as they're calling it. But I can't forget. I keep replaying that moment in my mind, the lights coming on, my hand lowering from my eyes, and that small, dark figure partly hidden, but clearly looking at me. Reaching for me. I'm on shift again tonight, alone at my workstation, like always. But now I find myself listening for sounds other than the machinery, watching the shadows at the edges of the light. And every time the overhead lights flicker, even just slightly, my heart stops for a beat. Because now I know when the darkness comes, I'm not alone in this warehouse. And whatever that little girl is, whatever she wants, I have a feeling she's not done trying to be found. Story 9. The shadow that checked on my son. 3 years ago, I bought my first house in Laguna Beach. It was a complete fixer-upper, the kind of place most people would walk away from. But I saw potential beneath the peeling paint and rotting deck boards. The price was right, a miracle in California. And with my dad being a carpenter, I knew we could tackle the renovations together and save thousands. What I didn't know was that I'd gotten more than just old plumbing and outdated electrical. The house was a 2-story craftsman built in the 1920s with those beautiful wood details you just don't see in modern construction. It sat on a quiet street about a mile from the ocean, not close enough for an ocean view, but near enough that on quiet nights you could hear the distant crash of waves. The property had clearly been neglected for years. The previous owner was an elderly woman who had passed away, and her children had just wanted a quick sale. My dad and I spent weekends tearing out old carpet, refinishing hardwood floors, and fixing the sagging porch. We worked room by room, starting with the kitchen and my bedroom, so I'd have the essentials while renovating the rest. I moved in after about a month of work, though the house was still very much a construction zone. The first few weeks were exhausting but normal. Just the expected chaos of living in a half-renovated house. I'd fall into bed each night too tired to even dream. It wasn't until about the 3rd week that I noticed anything unusual. I was in the kitchen making coffee one morning when I heard footsteps overhead. Distinct, deliberate footsteps crossing what would be the upstairs hallway. I froze, coffee pot in hand, and listened. The steps continued for a moment, then stopped. My first thought was that somehow someone had broken in, but all the doors were locked, and I'd been downstairs since waking up. I grabbed a hammer from my toolbox and cautiously went upstairs to check. Nothing. Every room was empty, dust sheets still covering the furniture I hadn't moved yet. No signs of entry, no open windows, nothing disturbed. I brushed it off as the house settling. Old houses make noise, that's what everyone says, right? But over the next few days, I heard those footsteps repeatedly, always when I was downstairs alone. Always the same pattern, crossing the hall, pausing, then silence. Then the porch door started acting up. It's one of those old-fashioned screen doors with a spring that makes it close automatically. I'd be sitting in the living room reading or watching TV, and I'd hear it open and slam shut, as if someone had just come home. The first few times I jumped up to check, expecting to see my dad or a friend dropping by. But there was never anyone there, just the empty porch and the door, perfectly closed. I replaced the spring, thinking it was just catching the wind somehow. But it kept happening, even on perfectly still days. These little occurrences were unsettling but not terrifying. I told myself there were logical explanations, old house noises, air pressure changes, whatever. I didn't really believe in ghosts or anything supernatural, so I just tried to ignore it. My boyfriend at the time thought I was overreacting when I mentioned these things. He's a hardcore skeptic, the kind of guy who needs scientific proof for everything. After hearing me talk about the weird noises for weeks, he finally agreed to stay over to prove it was all in my head. The first night he stayed over was when things escalated. We'd gone to bed around 11, both of us exhausted from spending the day sanding and staining cabinets. Around 2 in the morning, the sound system in the living room suddenly blasted at full volume. I mean full volume, the kind that makes your heart stop and has you bolt upright in bed. It was so loud the walls were practically vibrating. We both ran downstairs, and my boyfriend went straight to the stereo to shut it off. Here's the thing, I rarely used that sound system. It was an old one I'd had in college, and I'd only plugged it in a few days earlier. The volume knob was physically turned all the way up, which wasn't how I'd left it, and it had been playing a station that wasn't even programmed into the presets. My boyfriend was visibly shaken, but tried to play it off as some kind of electrical surge or glitch. We went back to bed, but neither of us slept much after that. The next morning, still irritated from lack of sleep, he stood in the middle of the living room and loudly announced, "If there's something here, show yourself. Stop with the childish pranks and just appear." I cringed as he said it. Even though I wasn't sure I believed in ghosts, challenging one seemed like a terrible idea. He laughed at my expression and went to take a shower. I headed to the kitchen to make breakfast, trying to shake off my uneasiness. Not 5 minutes later, I heard a massive crash from the stairwell. I ran out to find a small cooler, one we'd used the day before to keep drinks cold while working, had apparently fallen from the top of the stairs, bounced all the way down, and hit the wall at the bottom hard enough to dent the drywall. The cooler had been emptied and put away in a closet upstairs the night before. There was no reason for it to be at the top of the stairs, let alone falling down them. When my boyfriend came out of the bathroom and saw the dented wall and the cooler, his face went pale. He made some excuse about needing to get home early for work, and he was out the door within 20 minutes. We broke up a week later. He never stayed over again. After he left that day, I sat on the stairs staring at that cooler for a long time, trying to rationalize what had happened. Could it have been balanced precariously in the closet and somehow fallen out, then rolled to the stairs? It seemed impossible, but I couldn't accept the alternative, that something had deliberately thrown it. For a few days after that, things were quiet. No footsteps, no door opening and closing, no objects moving. I started to relax, thinking maybe whatever weird energy had been there was gone. Then my son was born. I hadn't planned on being a single mom, but life doesn't always go according to plan. My son's father wasn't in the picture, and my parents helped out a lot in those early months. My dad finished the nursery upstairs, right next to my bedroom, creating the sweetest little space with pale blue walls and white trim. Those first weeks with a newborn were a sleep-deprived blur. I was so exhausted that I probably wouldn't have noticed if the house had been literally falling down around me. But as we settled into a routine and my son started sleeping for longer stretches, I became aware of the house again and the strange things happening in it. The footsteps returned, but now they seemed to have a purpose. They would cross the hall, pause at my son's door, then continue to my room, pause again, and return, like someone checking on us. One night, when my son was about 4 months old, I woke up around 3 in the morning to the sound of an alarm clock beeping. It took me a moment to realize it wasn't my phone or the baby monitor. The sound was coming from down the hall in what would eventually be the guest room, but was currently being used for storage. I got up, disoriented and annoyed, and followed the sound. It led me to a shopping bag full of old items I'd cleaned out of the kitchen drawers weeks earlier. Inside, buried under miscellaneous utensils and gadgets, was an old digital alarm clock I'd forgotten I even owned. It was beeping persistently, the display flashing 12 o'clock. But here's the thing that made my blood run cold. The clock wasn't plugged in, and when I picked it up and turned it over, I saw that it didn't even have batteries in it. There was no way, absolutely no way, it should have been functioning at all, let alone sounding an alarm at 3 in the morning. I took the clock outside and threw it in the trash bin, my hands shaking the entire time. When I came back in, I double-checked all the doors and windows, then looked in on my son, who was somehow still sleeping peacefully through all of this. I didn't get back to sleep that night. The next day, I bought a video baby monitor, one of the fancy ones that shows you a clear picture of your baby's room, has night vision, and lets you talk through it if needed. I told myself it was just a normal parent purchase, but deep down, I knew I bought it because I wanted to see if anything was going into my son's room at night. For about a week, everything was normal. I checked the monitor obsessively throughout the night, but it only ever showed my son sleeping soundly in his crib, the nightlight casting a soft glow across his room. Then came the night that I still can't think about without feeling sick with fear. It was, once again, around 3 in the morning, that dead time of night when the world feels empty and still. I'd been dozing with the baby monitor on the nightstand beside me, its screen dimmed but still visible. Something made me open my eyes. Not a noise, just a feeling, like when you sense someone watching you. I looked at the monitor screen and saw my son sleeping peacefully, just as he should be. But as I watched, I noticed movement in the hallway, visible through his partially open door. The hallway light was on. I always left it on as a makeshift nightlight, so I could see clearly. A dark figure moved across the hall from the direction of the guest room. Not walked, moved. It's hard to describe, but the movement wasn't quite right. Too smooth in some ways, too jerky in others. It was entirely black, like a three-dimensional shadow, but with definite form and substance. It had the general shape of a person, head, shoulders, arms, but no distinguishable features I could make out. I sat up in bed, my heart suddenly pounding so hard I could feel it in my throat. On the monitor, I watched as this shadow figure paused outside my son's door, then slowly, deliberately, turned its head toward the camera. It was checking if anyone was watching, checking if I was watching. I couldn't move, couldn't breathe. On the screen, the figure seemed to consider for a moment, then turned back to the door and began to lean into my son's room, shoulders and head disappearing inside. In that moment, maternal instinct overpowered my terror. I found my voice and screamed "no" as loudly as I could. Not through the monitor. I screamed it in my room, but so forcefully that I felt my throat burn. On the screen, the figure froze. Then, in a movement that defies description, it seemed to recoil. It pulled back from the doorway, and then, this is the part I struggle to explain, it appeared to fold in on itself. Not like a person ducking or hiding, but like something being sucked into a point of nothingness, collapsing and shrinking until it simply wasn't there anymore. I sat there, shaking violently, for what felt like hours, but was probably only minutes. Then I ran to my son's room, half expecting to find the shadow figure standing over his crib. But the room was empty except for my baby, still asleep despite my scream. I took him from his crib and brought him back to my room, where we stayed until morning. I didn't sleep a wink, just sat with my back against the headboard, holding my son and staring at the doorway. When daylight finally came, I called my dad. I didn't tell him everything, just that I was feeling uncomfortable in the house alone, and asked if he could come stay for a few days. Being the amazing father he is, he arrived a couple of hours later with an overnight bag and no questions asked. While he was there, nothing happened. No footsteps, no doors opening, no objects moving, no shadow figures. For 3 blissful nights, the house felt normal. But I knew I couldn't ask my dad to move in permanently, and I couldn't afford to move out. Not after investing so much in renovations. The day before my dad was scheduled to leave, I finally worked up the courage to tell him everything. I expected disbelief or concern for my mental health, but instead he was quiet for a long time, then asked me a question I wasn't expecting. Has it ever hurt you or the baby? Or tried to? I thought about it and realized that no, Despite all the frightening occurrences, nothing had ever caused actual harm. The cooler had damaged the wall, but it hadn't been thrown at anyone. The shadow had approached my son's room, but had retreated when challenged. "I don't think it means harm," I said slowly, surprised to hear myself say it. "It's more like it's curious, or maybe checking on us." My dad nodded thoughtfully. "This house has stood for nearly 100 years. People have lived and died here. Maybe someone still feels attached to it, still feels like they should be watching over it and the people in it." I wasn't sure if that made me feel better or worse. The idea that we were sharing our home with some kind of guardian presence was somewhat comforting, but the memory of that shadow figure trying to enter my son's room still filled me with dread. The night after my dad left, I sat in the living room after putting my son to bed and spoke aloud to the empty house. "I know you're here," I said, feeling ridiculous but pushing through. "This is my home now, and that's my child. You can stay, but you need to respect boundaries. No more scaring me. No more going into his room. Are we clear?" I didn't expect an answer, and I didn't get one. But that night, I heard the footsteps again, crossing the hall upstairs, pausing at my son's door, then continuing past to my room, pausing again, and returning the way they'd come, like someone checking on us, but not entering. Respecting the boundary. It's been 3 years since that night I saw the shadow figure on the baby monitor. We still live in the same house, which is now fully renovated and quite beautiful, if I do say so myself. The strange occurrences haven't stopped completely, but they've changed in nature. Sometimes, when I come home from work, I find my son's toys arranged differently than how I left them. Occasionally, a book I could swear I put on the coffee table appears on my nightstand instead. The porch door still opens and closes sometimes, as if someone is coming home. But the footsteps now seem to follow my son's schedule. They only happen after he's asleep, like night rounds. And I haven't seen the shadow figure again, though sometimes from the corner of my eye I catch what looks like movement in an empty hallway. Last week I was reviewing footage from our security camera. Yes, I installed those too, and noticed something strange. My son was playing in the backyard while I was gardening. At one point, he was running and tripped over a root. The camera clearly shows him starting to fall forward, then suddenly jerking upright again, as if someone had caught him by the shoulders. But there was no one there. At least, no one visible. I don't tell people about our house guest. They wouldn't understand. But sometimes, when I'm putting my son to bed, he talks about his shadow friend who watches over him while he sleeps, and I don't have the heart or the certainty to tell him it's just his imagination. Because I know what I saw that night on the monitor. I know something with purpose and awareness was entering my son's room. And I know that when I said no, it listened. Whatever it is, it understands boundaries and respects authority. That's the only reason I can sleep at night, knowing it's still here, still walking our halls, still checking on us. But I never ever turn off the hallway light. And I always sleep with my bedroom door open, so I can hear those footsteps making their rounds. Because the most terrifying part wasn't seeing something supernatural in my home. It was the moment I realized this entity was making decisions, showing curiosity, checking if it was being watched before it acted. It wasn't behaving like a mindless energy or a recording playing on loop. It was behaving like a person. An invisible, impossible person who shares our home and takes an interest in my child. And all I have to keep it in check is my voice and my authority as this house's owner. My no was enough that night, but I live with the constant fear that someday it might not be. Story 10. The impossible outlet in the middle of nowhere. I've always been the skeptical type. I believe in science, in things I can see and touch and measure. That's probably why my cousin asked me to accompany her on that research trip last summer. She needed someone to help take measurements and carry equipment, and she knew I wouldn't get spooked easily by long days in the wilderness. She's a hydrologist, specializing in groundwater systems in the Mountain West, and spends weeks at a time collecting data from some of the most remote places between Wyoming and Montana. The expedition started like any other. We drove her field truck, a beat-up old Toyota with reinforced suspension, as far as we could into the backcountry, then unloaded our horses from the trailer. The plan was to ride for 2 days, taking water samples from various springs and streams along a route that followed an ancient watershed. It was late June, the weather was perfect, and I was actually looking forward to spending some time completely disconnected from the world. By the second day, we'd made it deep into a network of ravines that cut through the landscape like wrinkles in an old leather glove. The terrain was rugged but beautiful, all rust-colored rock and pale green sagebrush, with the occasional gnarled juniper clinging to impossible angles. We'd seen no other humans since leaving the truck, just a few mule deer and a golden eagle soaring overhead. Around midday, we stopped in a particularly deep ravine to collect samples from a small seep where water trickled from between layers of rock. While my cousin set up her testing equipment, I wandered a few yards away to stretch my legs. That's when I noticed something odd, a thin metal wire emerging from the ground, running up along the rock face. "Hey, come look at this," I called to my cousin. "There's some kind of cable here." She glanced up from her work, squinting in the bright sunlight. "Probably just an old fence line. Ranchers run cattle all through these areas." But it didn't look like fencing wire. It was thinner, more like electrical cabling, the kind you might see running to a lamp or small appliance. Curious, I began to follow it, carefully picking my way along the rocky ground. The wire ran for maybe 50 yards, occasionally disappearing underground before re-emerging. It wound around boulders and up small outcroppings, seemingly installed with deliberate care to keep it from being damaged by the elements. As I followed it around a bend in the ravine, I stopped dead in my tracks. There, sitting in a small clearing surrounded by scrubby juniper trees, was an old-fashioned metal desk, not a table or a workbench. An actual office desk, the kind with a metal frame and a formica top that might have been green once, but had faded to a sickly gray-green in the harsh mountain sun. It was positioned perfectly level on the uneven ground, as if someone had taken great care to make sure it was stable. But that wasn't the strangest part. Mounted on the side of the desk, looking completely out of place in this wilderness setting, was a standard electrical outlet. The wire I'd been following connected directly to it. I stood there for a long moment, trying to make sense of what I was seeing. A desk, in the middle of nowhere, with an electrical outlet. It made no sense. There were no buildings for miles, no roads, no infrastructure of any kind. The nearest power line was probably 20 miles away. "Did you find something?" My cousin's voice made me jump. She had finished her sampling and followed me, her hiking boots crunching on the gravelly soil. "Look at this," I said, gesturing to the desk. "What the hell is this doing out here?" She frowned, clearly as confused as I was. "That's weird, really weird." We approached it cautiously, as if it might somehow be dangerous. Up close, the desk looked old but not ancient, maybe from the 1970s or 80s. It was weathered but surprisingly intact, with no major rust or damage, despite being exposed to the elements. The outlet mounted on its side looked newer, almost pristine. "Where's this wire coming from?" my cousin asked, crouching down to examine where the cable disappeared into the rocky soil. "I've been following it from back at the seep," I explained. "It just comes out of the ground. I thought maybe it was part of some old mining operation or weather station, but this doesn't make any sense," she finished. "There's no power source out here. Nothing." We both fell silent, contemplating the strange setup. The desk itself was empty. No drawers, no papers, nothing to indicate its purpose. Just the flat surface and that incongruous outlet. I wonder if it's even real, I said after a moment. Maybe it's some kind of art installation or a movie prop someone left behind. My cousin didn't answer. Instead, she unclipped her radio from her belt, one of those emergency hand crank models that doesn't need batteries. We always carried one in case of emergency, though cell service was non-existent out here. "What are you doing?" I asked as she approached the desk. "Testing a theory," she replied. She held up the radio's plug. "Let's see if this actually works." I felt a sudden, inexplicable urge to stop her. "Wait, maybe that's not a good..." But she had already plugged it in. The radio immediately lit up. Not just lit up, it came to life with a burst of static so loud in the quiet ravine that we both flinched. She quickly turned down the volume, but the radio continued to function, its small green power light glowing steadily. "That's impossible," I whispered. My cousin's face had gone pale. "It shouldn't be working. There's no power source. Nothing for miles." She turned the tuning dial, and the static changed pitch. She kept turning, and suddenly, clear as day, we heard music. Not the faint, distant signal you might expect in such a remote location, but crystal clear reception, as if we were standing in the middle of a city with perfect coverage. It was big band music, the kind you might hear on an oldies station. Glenn Miller or something similar. It played for maybe 30 seconds, then abruptly cut back to static. We looked at each other, neither wanting to say what we were thinking. This wasn't just strange, it was impossible, physically impossible. "Unplug it," I said, my mouth suddenly dry. "Unplug it now." She reached for the cord, but hesitated, her hand hovering inches from the outlet. "What if it's, I don't know, dangerous?" "More dangerous than leaving it plugged into whatever the hell this is?" I countered. She nodded, steeled herself, and quickly pulled the plug. The radio went dead instantly. We both stepped back from the desk, as if creating distance might somehow make the situation less unsettling. The ravine was silent again, just the soft whisper of wind through the junipers and the occasional call of a distant bird. "We need to figure out where that wire goes," my cousin said after a moment. "Where it's actually coming from." I nodded, though part of me wanted nothing more than to get back on our horses and ride far away from this place. But scientific curiosity won out over unease. We decided to follow the wire in the opposite direction, away from where we'd been working. The cable continued along the bottom of the ravine for about 100 yards, sometimes buried, sometimes exposed. It wound its way between rocks and across small dry washes. And then, without warning or explanation, it simply ended, cut clean as if with wire cutters, the exposed copper bright against the dull landscape. "That's it?" I asked, incredulous. "It just stops?" My cousin crouched down, examining the cut end. "No corrosion on the cut. This wasn't done years ago. This is recent." I felt a chill that had nothing to do with the temperature. "Recent as in..." She looked up at me, her expression troubled. "Within the last few weeks, maybe less. The copper would tarnish quickly out here." We both looked back down the ravine toward the desk, then at the abruptly terminated wire at our feet. Nothing about this made sense. A desk with a functioning electrical outlet connected to a wire that went nowhere, in terrain so remote we'd had to travel 2 days on horseback to reach it. "Maybe we should check if there's anything under the desk," I suggested. "Some kind of battery or generator we missed?" We returned to the desk and examined it thoroughly. There was nothing hidden underneath. No secret compartment, no buried equipment, just the desk, the outlet, and the wire disappearing into the ground. "Let's try the radio again," my cousin said, unclipping it from her belt once more. This time, I felt a stronger sense of unease. "Are you sure that's a good idea?" She shrugged, but I could see the tension in her shoulders. "No, but I want to know if it still works, if it was just some kind of fluke before." Reluctantly, I nodded. She plugged in the radio again, and once more it immediately came to life with static. She turned the dial slowly, methodically working through the frequencies. Most produced only static, but occasionally we'd catch fragments, a few seconds of music, a brief snippet of what sounded like a news broadcast. A voice speaking what might have been Russian or Polish. Then, at the far end of the dial, we found a frequency that came through clear as a bell. No static, no interference. Just a steady, rhythmic beeping, like an old-fashioned Morse code transmission. "Is that Morse code?" I asked, leaning closer to the radio. "I think so," my cousin replied. "Do you know how to read it?" I shook my head. "Not really. Just the basics from when I was a kid. SOS and stuff like that." We listened for several minutes, trying to discern any pattern in the beeping. It seemed to repeat the same sequence over and over, but neither of us could decode it. And then, as suddenly as it had appeared, the signal changed. The beeping stopped, replaced by dead silence. Not static, but complete absence of sound. The radio was still on, its power light still glowing, but there was no output whatsoever. Until a voice spoke. It was distorted and distant, like someone talking through several layers of fabric, but clearly a human voice. The language wasn't English, nor any other language I could identify. The cadence was strange, the syllables running together in patterns that sounded almost, but not quite, like speech I'd heard before. The voice spoke for perhaps 15 seconds, then fell silent. The radio returned to static, loud and jarring after the eerie quiet. My cousin's hand shot out, yanking the plug from the outlet. The radio died, and we were left in silence once more, staring at each other with wide eyes. "What the hell was that?" I managed after a moment. She shook her head slowly. "I have no idea. But I've heard something like it before." "Where?" "When I was doing field work in Antarctica. Sometimes the research stations would pick up these weird transmissions. The engineers said it was just atmospheric bounce, radio signals from thousands of miles away getting reflected back to Earth. But they sounded like that, distorted, almost unintelligible." I looked back at the outlet, then at the surrounding landscape, the empty ravine, the clear blue sky, the absolute middle of nowhere we found ourselves in. "But there's nothing here to receive signals," I said. "No antenna, no satellite dish, nothing. And even if there were, where is the power coming from? There's no logical explanation for any of this." My cousin was silent for a long moment, her gaze fixed on the desk. "You asked earlier if this might be an art installation or a movie prop," she finally said. "But what if it's something else entirely? What if it's, I don't know, some kind of experiment? What kind of experiment would involve putting a powered desk in the middle of nowhere?" She gestured vaguely at the surrounding terrain. "This whole area is dotted with military installations. Most of them abandoned now, but during the Cold War, they built all sorts of weird stuff out here. Underground bunkers, communication stations, research facilities. Most of it is declassified now, but who knows what else they might have been working on." The idea of some forgotten Cold War experiment was slightly more comforting than the alternatives floating through my mind. At least it was a human explanation, even if a bizarre one. "So, what do we do?" I asked. "Report it to someone? Who would we even report it to? And what would we say? Excuse me, we found a desk with a magic outlet in the middle of nowhere." She had a point. Without proof, we'd sound delusional. And even with proof, it wasn't clear who would have jurisdiction over something like this. The Bureau of Land Management, the Department of Energy, the military. "We should at least document it," I said, pulling out my phone to take photos. Even though we had no service, the camera would still work. I took several shots of the desk, the outlet, the wire disappearing into the ground. My cousin used her GPS unit to mark the exact coordinates. We wrote down detailed notes about what we'd observed, including the radio signals and the strange voice. By this point, the sun was getting lower in the sky. We needed to start heading back toward our campsite if we wanted to arrive before dark. Reluctantly, we gathered our things, took one last look at the mysterious desk, and began the hike back to where we'd left our horses. As we walked, I couldn't shake the feeling that we were being watched. I kept glancing over my shoulder, half expecting to see someone following us, but the ravine remained empty and still. "Do you think anyone else knows about this?" I asked as we reached our horses. My cousin shrugged, tightening the cinch on her saddle. "Hard to say. It's incredibly remote out here, but clearly someone has been maintaining it. That wire was cut recently, remember?" I nodded, the unease I'd felt earlier returning stronger than before. If someone was maintaining this strange setup, they must visit periodically, which meant they might have been nearby, watching us discover their whatever it was. We rode in silence for a while, each lost in our own thoughts. As we made our way back to our campsite, the sun began to set, casting long shadows across the ravines and turning the rock faces a deep, bloody red. "What keeps bothering me," I finally said, "is not just that the outlet worked, but why it was there at all. Why put an outlet on a desk in the middle of nowhere? Who's supposed to be using it?" My cousin didn't answer immediately. When she did, her voice was quiet, almost reluctant. "Maybe it's not for us to use. Maybe it's for whatever was on the other end of that transmission." The thought sent a chill through me that had nothing to do with the cooling evening air. An outlet waiting for someone or something to use, powered by a source we couldn't identify, connected to a network we couldn't understand. We reached our campsite just as the last light was fading from the sky. As we unsaddled the horses and prepared our simple dinner, neither of us mentioned the desk again. But I could tell by the way my cousin kept glancing at the darkening ravines around us that it was on her mind as much as it was on mine. That night, I lay awake in my sleeping bag, staring up at the star-filled sky, my mind racing with questions. What was that desk for? Where was the power coming from? Who had cut that wire, and why? And most disturbing of all, who or what was on the other end of that transmission? I must have dozed off eventually, because I was jolted awake by a sound, a soft, rhythmic beeping that seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere at once. For a disorienting moment, I thought it was the Morse code we'd heard earlier. But as my mind cleared, I realized it was just my cousin's watch alarm, signaling it was time to get up. The rest of our expedition passed without incident. We collected our samples, took our measurements, and eventually made our way back to civilization. My cousin filed her research reports, never mentioning the desk or the outlet. In her official GPS logs, she marked the location simply as anomalous structure not relevant to study. But I know she thinks about it as much as I do. Sometimes she'll call me late at night, her voice hushed even though she lives alone, to ask if I've had any new insights or theories. I never do. I've spent hours researching abandoned military installations in the region, looking for any clue that might explain what we found. I've even reached out to a few government agencies with carefully worded inquiries about historical infrastructure in the area. The responses, when they come at all, have been uniformly unhelpful. What haunts me most isn't the desk itself or even the impossible outlet. It's the implication of its existence. Someone, or something, put it there for a reason. Someone maintains it, uses it. In that vast emptiness, in terrain so remote it takes days to reach, someone created a connection point, a place where something could plug in. And the most terrifying thought of all, what if, when we plugged in that radio, we weren't just receiving a transmission? What if we were sending one too? What if, on the other end of that impossible connection, something now knows exactly where to find that desk, and by extension, us? I haven't been back to Wyoming or Montana since that trip. My cousin continues her fieldwork, but she always finds reasons to avoid that particular watershed. Neither of us has told anyone else what we found, but sometimes when I'm falling asleep at night, I hear it in my mind. That strange, distorted voice, speaking in no language I can identify, and I wonder if somewhere in the empty ravines between Wyoming and Montana, a desk sits waiting, its outlet powered and ready for whatever comes to use it. Story 11. The Lucky Charm, My Saint, Patrick's Day Encounter. I've never been much of a believer in the supernatural. Ghosts, psychics, luck, all that stuff seemed like nonsense designed to separate gullible people from their money. But something happened to me last Saint, Patrick's Day in South Boston, that I still can't explain, no matter how many times I turn it over in my head. I'd been looking forward to Saint Paddy's Day for weeks. Southie takes this holiday seriously. It's like Christmas, New Year's, and the 4th of July all rolled into one green package. The parade, the music, the sea of people dressed in every shade of green imaginable. There's nothing quite like it. I'd convinced my buddy Pat to come with me, even though he hates crowds. We've been friends since college, and this was his first real Southie Street Patrick's Day experience. We arrived early, around 11 in the morning, but the celebrations were already in full swing. The streets were packed with revelers, many already several drinks deep despite the early hour. Music blasted from every bar we passed, a mix of traditional Irish folk tunes and dropkick Murphys. The energy was infectious, people dancing on sidewalks, spontaneous singing breaking out on street corners, the occasional bagpiper drawing crowds. By 2 in the afternoon, we'd met up with some other friends and managed to get into one of the popular Irish pubs on Broadway. The place was absolutely slammed, bodies pressed together from wall to wall, everyone shouting to be heard over the band playing in the corner. We'd been standing for about an hour, plastic cups of Guinness in hand, when Pat leaned over and shouted in my ear, "I'm starving! Want to grab something to eat?" I nodded. My stomach had been growling for the past half hour, and another beer on an empty stomach seemed like a bad idea. We told our friends we'd be back and to save our spots if possible, then pushed our way through the crowd toward the exit. The cool air outside was a relief after the stuffy heat of the pub. We stood on the sidewalk for a moment, getting our bearings and discussing options. "There's that pizza place across the street," I suggested, pointing to a small storefront with a neon PIZZA sign glowing in the window. "Should be quick." Pat agreed, and we jaywalked across the street, dodging between cars decorated with Irish flags and shamrock decals. The pizza place was surprisingly empty, just a couple of college-age kids huddled in one corner. I guess everyone was too busy drinking to bother with food. We ordered a large pepperoni to share and grabbed a table by the window. The place was nothing special. Fluorescent lighting, faded posters of Italy on the walls, plastic chairs that had seen better days. But the smell of fresh pizza was heavenly after hours of nothing but beer. We were about halfway through our first slices when the bell over the door jingled. I glanced up automatically and saw him, an elderly man who couldn't have been a day under 80, dressed head to toe in green. And I mean everything. Green tweed flat cap, green sweater vest over a lighter green button-up shirt, green corduroy pants that had been worn thin at the knees, and surprisingly shiny green leather shoes. He was carrying a gnarled wooden walking stick with what looked like Celtic designs carved into it. The knob at the top was polished smooth, probably from years of his hand gripping it. But it was his face that caught my attention. He was completely bald, his scalp spotted with age marks and almost translucent under the harsh lights. His face was deeply lined, like a map of a long, hard life. But his eyes, they were startlingly bright, a clear blue that seemed almost too vibrant for his weathered face. And when he smiled at the cashier, I noticed he had maybe 6 teeth total. I didn't think much of him at first. It was Saint Patrick's Day after all. Half the city was dressed in green. But then, instead of ordering, he turned and looked directly at us. His gaze was so intense that I felt a strange little jolt, like static electricity running down my spine. Without hesitation, he limped over to our table. "Mind if an old man rests his legs a minute?" he asked, his accent so thick it took me a second to process what he'd said. It wasn't just Irish, it was old Irish, the kind you rarely hear anymore, except in movies set 100 years ago. Before either of us could respond, he pulled out a chair and sat down, placing his walking stick carefully against the edge of the table. Up close, I could smell a mixture of tobacco, whiskey, and something earthy I couldn't quite identify. "Enjoying the festivities, are you?" he asked, looking between us with those unnervingly bright eyes. Pat and I exchanged glances. We were both raised to be polite to the elderly, so we nodded and made some generic comments about the parade and the crowds. The old man cackled, revealing those few remaining teeth. "Ah, you haven't seen nothing yet. Back in my day, now that was a proper saint. Paddies, the music, the fights, the women." He winked, and somehow it made the wrinkles around his eye deepen impossibly. For the next 15 minutes, this strange old man regaled us with stories and jokes so raunchy they made the two college kids in the corner turn and stare. His stories were a bizarre mix of what seemed like personal experiences from Ireland in the 1950s and jokes so old they might have been told in medieval taverns. Pat and I couldn't help but laugh, partly from genuine amusement and partly from the sheer audacity of this elderly man dropping F-bombs and crude punchlines like a sailor. Then, abruptly, his tone changed. He leaned forward, those blue eyes suddenly serious. "Where are you lads from, then? You got the blood in ye?" "I'm third-generation Irish," Pat said. "My grandparents came over from Cork." The old man nodded approvingly, then turned to me. "Half Irish on my mother's side," I told him. "County Mayo, supposedly." "Mayo!" the old man exclaimed, slapping his knee. "God's own country, that is. The mountains, the seas." For a moment, his gaze seemed to drift somewhere far beyond the greasy pizza joint, seeing something we couldn't. Then he snapped back to the present, a smile spreading across his face that somehow seemed both mischievous and kind. "Good, strong Irish stock, both of you. That's good, that's good." He reached for his walking stick and tapped it twice on the floor. Sharp, deliberate taps that seemed louder than they should have been. "A good crake and good luck to ye both," he said, his voice suddenly carrying a weight that hadn't been there during his jokes. The moment he said those words, my phone rang in my pocket. I pulled it out to see my friend calling from the pub. When I answered, he was shouting over the noise. "Dude, get back here! We're about to get in. The bouncer's letting us skip the line, but you've got to come now." I gave Pat a thumbs up and quickly told him we needed to head back. We both stood, reaching for our jackets. I turned to say goodbye to the old man, maybe thank him for the conversation, but the chair across from us was empty. The walking stick was gone. There was no sign he'd ever been there. "Where'd he go?" I asked, looking around the small restaurant. Pat shrugged. "Bathroom, maybe?" But the bathroom door was open, clearly unoccupied, and the bell over the front door, the one that had jingled when he entered, hadn't made a sound. "Did you see him leave?" I asked the cashier. She looked confused and shook her head. "What old man?" "It's just been you guys and them," she said, nodding toward the college kids. Pat and I exchanged looks. Had we imagined the whole thing, some kind of shared hallucination from beer and exhaustion? "Whatever, we gotta go," Pat said, already heading for the door. "They're holding spots for us." We hurried outside. The street was even more crowded now, the afternoon drinking really hitting its stride. We waited at the curb for a break in traffic, the pub visible on the other side of the street. My phone rang again. Our friends getting impatient. I was focused on the call, half listening to my friend shouting about how the bouncer wouldn't wait much longer. When I saw a small gap in the cars, I automatically stepped forward to cross, my mind still on the call. Suddenly, a car behind us blasted, shipping up to Boston at window-rattling volume. The unexpected noise made me turn instinctively, looking back over my shoulder to see a beat-up Jeep with massive speakers in the back. In that split second of distraction, I heard Pat yell something unintelligible and felt him grab my jacket, yanking me backward. A yellow taxi shot through the space where I would have been standing, moving way too fast for the crowded street, missing me by inches. The breeze from its passing ruffled my jacket. If I'd taken that step, if I hadn't turned to look at the Jeep, it would have hit me dead on at maybe 30 miles per hour. I stood frozen on the curb, adrenaline flooding my system as I processed what had just happened. Pat's face was white as he released his grip on my jacket. "Holy shit," he whispered. "That was close." My hands started shaking as the reality sank in. I could have been seriously injured or killed if that car hadn't started playing that song at that exact moment. The song. Shipping up to Boston. The Dropkick Murphys. The timing was too perfect. "Pat," I said slowly, my voice uneven. "That old man, what did he say to us?" Pat's eyes widened as he made the connection. "Good luck. He wished us good luck." We both turned to look back at the pizza place, but from our angle, we could only see our own reflections in the darkened glass. "And the cane," I continued, the pieces clicking together in my mind. "He tapped it twice, right before my phone rang, right before we left." Pat swallowed hard. "You don't think—" We stood there on the curb, people streaming around us, the festivities continuing uninterrupted while we tried to process what had happened. The old man's bright blue eyes, his ancient accent, his knowing smile, his sudden disappearance, and now this near miss with the taxi. It all swirled together into something I couldn't rationally explain. "A leprechaun," Pat finally said, so quietly I barely heard him over the street noise. "We met a fucking leprechaun." Under normal circumstances, I would have laughed at the suggestion. Leprechauns aren't real, they're fairy tales, mascots on cereal boxes. But standing there, the phantom feeling of that taxi rushing past still tingling on my skin, I couldn't dismiss it so easily. We eventually made it back to the pub, rejoining our friends who were oblivious to our strange encounter. We didn't tell them. How could we? It sounded crazy even to us, and we'd experienced it. The rest of the night passed in a blur of green beer and loud music, but I couldn't stop thinking about the old man and the taxi. Later, much later, as we were walking back to my apartment, Pat brought it up again. "You know the stories, right? About leprechauns?" I nodded. "Everyone knows the basics. Little men in green who guard pots of gold, grant wishes, play tricks. My grandmother used to say they weren't all about rainbows and gold," Pat continued, his voice serious despite the beer we'd consumed. "She said some of them were guardians. They'd take an interest in certain people, certain bloodlines. Protect them." "Why would one protect me?" I asked. Pat shrugged. "Maybe it's your Mayo blood, or maybe he just liked us. Who knows?" We reached my building, both of us exhausted from the long day. As I fumbled for my keys, Pat looked at me with an expression I couldn't quite read. "You know what's really freaking me out?" he said. "I keep thinking about how that taxi would have hit you if you hadn't turned around, and you only turned because of that song. That specific song." I nodded, the same thought having circled my mind all night. "But here's the thing," Pat continued. "I didn't hear any music until after you turned. I didn't hear Shipping Up to Boston playing at all." A chill ran through me that had nothing to do with the March night air. "What are you talking about?" It was blasting. From that Jeep. Pat shook his head slowly. "There was no Jeep. There was no music. You just suddenly turned around and then the taxi went by." I stared at him, trying to process what he was saying. Had I imagined the music? Or had Pat somehow missed it in the chaos of the street? Or was there something even stranger at work? We parted ways that night with more questions than answers. In the days that followed, I researched Irish folklore, looking for anything that might explain our experience. I found old stories about fairy folk who would sometimes take human form to interact with mortals they favored. Stories about the luck, both good and bad, that could follow such encounters. It's been 8 months since that St. Patrick's Day, and I still don't have a rational explanation for what happened. I've gone back to that pizza place several times, but there's never been any sign of the old man. The employees insist they don't remember anyone matching his description ever coming in. Sometimes I almost convince myself it was just a strange coincidence. An elderly man who left while we were distracted, a taxi I noticed just in time. Imagination filling in the gaps. But then I remember those impossibly blue eyes, the sound of his walking stick tapping twice on the floor, and the fact that Pat didn't hear the music that made me turn. I don't know if we met a leprechaun that day in South Boston. I don't know if some ancient guardian from Irish folklore saved my life. What I do know is that every time I hear "shipping up to Boston now," I get that same electric feeling down my spine that I felt when the old man first looked at us. And I find myself instinctively looking over my shoulder, checking for danger. Or maybe for a glimpse of a bald head and green clothes, a gnarled walking stick tapping against the ground. St. Patrick's Day is coming up again soon. Part of me wants to go back to that same pizza place, to sit at that same table and wait, to see if he returns, to thank him if he does. But another part of me wonders if some doors are better left unopened, some questions better left unanswered. Because if he is what Pat thinks he is, if the old stories have even a grain of truth, then we stumbled into something that day that most people go their whole lives without encountering. A piece of the world that doesn't fit into our neat, rational understanding of how things work. And while I'm grateful for whatever force kept me from stepping in front of that taxi, I can't help but wonder, what exactly does it mean to catch the attention of something like that? And more importantly, does he consider his debt to me paid in full? Or is he still out there, watching, waiting for the next time luck needs a little helping hand? All I know for sure is that I won't be jaywalking across Broadway next street. Patrick's Day, and if a strange old man in green ever asks to share my table again, I'll be very, very careful about what kind of luck I wish for. Story 12. The Light on the Hill. What I saw in Western Maryland. I moved to Western Maryland about 2 years ago, looking for some peace and quiet after living in Baltimore for most of my adult life. I found this old farmhouse from the 1860s that was surprisingly affordable, probably because it needed a ton of work and was located in the middle of nowhere, about 15 minutes from the nearest town. The isolation was actually a selling point for me. I wanted space to breathe, a night sky without light pollution, and neighbors far enough away that I wouldn't have to make small talk. The house had its quirks. Like any building that stood for over a century and a half, the strangest feature was the complete lack of windows on the sides of the house. When I asked the real estate agent about it, she hesitated before explaining, "It's a Southern Maryland design. They built them that way so slaves couldn't look out." That explanation made my skin crawl, but I tried to rationalize it as just an ugly piece of history, like so many other things in this part of the country. From the front porch, I had a perfect view across the narrow country road to a large hill that rose abruptly from the flat farmland. It wasn't a mountain by any means, just a steep, tree-covered hill with a clearing at the top, where someone had installed a radio antenna or cell tower of some kind. There was a small white light at the top that stayed on constantly, day and night. I assumed it was some kind of warning light for aircraft, though it seemed strangely bright for that purpose. I'd been living in the house for about 6 months when the incident happened. It was late October, and we'd had an unseasonably warm fall. That particular night, I remember sitting on my front porch with a beer, enjoying the mild evening, and watching the sunset paint the sky in vivid oranges and purples. As darkness fell, I remained outside, gazing at the stars that were just beginning to appear. The white light on the hill across the road was, as always, steadily glowing. I'd grown so accustomed to it that I hardly noticed it anymore, It was just part of the landscape, like the crooked mailbox at the end of my driveway or the massive oak tree in my backyard. But then, something unusual happened. The light went out. It took me a moment to realize what had changed. I blinked, thinking maybe my eyes were playing tricks on me. But no, the light that had been a constant presence every single night since I'd moved in was definitely off. The hill's silhouette was now a perfect black cutout against the deep blue of the night sky. I checked my watch. It was just after 9:30. I wondered if there was a power outage, but the lights in my house were still on, and I could see distant pinpricks of light from farmhouses across the valley. It was just the hill light that had gone dark. Curiosity got the better of me. In the 6 months I'd lived there, I'd never actually been up that hill. I wasn't even sure if it was public or private property. There didn't seem to be any roads leading up to the antenna, which made me think it might be accessed from the other side, or maybe just by an unmarked service road I hadn't noticed. I decided to walk over and get a better look. I grabbed a flashlight from inside the house, pulled on a light jacket, and headed down my driveway to the road. The night was perfectly still. No wind, no distant traffic sounds, not even the usual chorus of crickets and frogs. Just an eerie silence that seemed to amplify the sound of my footsteps on the gravel shoulder of the road. As I crossed to the other side, I began looking for any path or trail that might lead up the hill. I found what looked like a faint trail starting at a break in the underbrush. It was barely visible in the beam of my flashlight, just a slight depression in the ground where grass grew shorter, suggesting occasional foot traffic. I started up this path, my flashlight sweeping back and forth in front of me to avoid roots and holes. The trail was steeper than it had looked from my house. I was breathing heavily after just a few minutes of climbing, and the beam of my flashlight bounced with each labored step. The trees grew denser as I ascended, their branches creating a canopy that blocked out the starlight. I could no longer see my house or the road behind me, just darkness in all directions except for the narrow path illuminated by my light. I'd been climbing for maybe 10 minutes when something strange happened. The darkness behind the crest of the hill, the part I couldn't yet see beyond, suddenly lit up. Not with the steady white light I was used to seeing, but with a pulsing, almost rhythmic glow that seemed to flood the sky above the hilltop. It was intensely bright, like someone had positioned a powerful spotlight just beyond the ridge, pointing upward into the night sky. But this wasn't a steady beam. It pulsed slowly, growing brighter and then dimmer in a pattern that seemed almost deliberate. The light wasn't white either. It had a quality I find difficult to describe. Not quite blue, not quite purple, but something in between that made my eyes hurt slightly when I looked directly at it. Despite the discomfort, I felt compelled to keep climbing, to see what was creating this strange illumination. I was about 50 yards from the crest of the hill when I heard footsteps on the path ahead of me. I froze, my flashlight beam fixed on the trail. Someone was coming down the hill, moving quickly in my direction. The footsteps grew louder, and then a figure emerged from the darkness beyond my flashlight's reach. It was a man, tall and thin, walking with a purpose, but not running. He wore what looked like ordinary clothes, jeans and a dark jacket. Nothing unusual except for his timing and location. He stopped abruptly when my flashlight beam fell on him. For a second, we just stared at each other in silence. His face was ordinary, middle-aged, with stubble and tired eyes. He could have been a local farmer or a utility worker, except for the intensity of his expression. "You don't want to go up there," he said without preamble. His voice was calm but firm, like someone warning a child away from a busy street. I was startled by his directness. "I was just curious about the light," I explained, gesturing vaguely toward the crest of the hill. "The white light that's usually on. It went out, and then I saw this other light." "Go home," he interrupted. "This isn't for you to see." Something in his tone raised my hackles. Who was he to tell me where I could and couldn't go? For all I knew, this was public land. "What's up there?" I asked, standing my ground. "Is it some kind of weather station? Cell tower?" The man took a step closer, and I instinctively took a step back. There was nothing overtly threatening about him, but something in his manner made me uneasy. He seemed too calm, too deliberate, like someone playing a role. "What's up there isn't meant for people like you," he said, his voice unchanged, but somehow carrying more weight now. "People like me?" I repeated, confused and slightly offended. "What does that mean?" He looked at me for a long moment, his face partially shadowed by my flashlight beam. Then he said something that made my blood run cold. "Your eyes weren't made to see." The way he said it, flat, matter of fact, without any hint of metaphor or exaggeration, sent a wave of genuine fear through me. It wasn't what he said so much as how he said it, like he was stating an obvious truth that I should already understand. The pulsing light behind him seemed to grow more intense, casting strange shadows through the trees. I found myself looking past him, trying to see what was creating that light. A part of me, a reckless, curious part, still wanted to push past this stranger and see for myself what was happening at the top of the hill. As if sensing my thoughts, the man spoke again. "Go home. Lock your door. Don't look out your windows tonight." "Why?" I demanded, finding my voice. "What's happening up there?" For a moment, I thought he wouldn't answer. Then he said, in that same unnervingly calm voice, something that wasn't meant for human perception. I glanced down at my feet, trying to process his bizarre warning, trying to decide whether to heed it or ignore it. When I looked up again, no more than 5 seconds later, the man was gone. Not hiding behind a tree, not crouched in the underbrush, not continuing down the path past me, simply gone, as if he'd vanished into thin air. The path ahead of me was empty as far as my flashlight beam could reach, and the dense forest on either side offered no obvious escape route. There was nowhere he could have gone in those few seconds, not without making noise, not without me seeing or hearing his departure. A wave of cold dread washed over me. I swept my flashlight in a wide arc, searching the surrounding trees and underbrush, but saw nothing. No movement, no sign of the man. It was as if he'd never been there at all. Above me, the pulsing light continued, now seeming to grow stronger. The rhythm of it had changed slightly, faster now, more urgent, and there was a new element to it, a sort of corona or halo effect around the main glow, spreading tendrils of light into the night sky like some kind of celestial jellyfish. Every instinct I had was screaming at me to run, to get away from this hill and whatever lay beyond its crest. The man's warning echoed in my mind. Your eyes weren't made to see. I turned and started back down the path, no longer caring about being careful or quiet. I half ran, half stumbled down the hillside, my flashlight beam bouncing wildly ahead of me, occasionally catching glimpses of the trail, but mostly just illuminating random patches of forest floor and tree trunks. Several times I nearly fell, my foot catching on a root or sliding on damp leaves. The entire way down, I had the overwhelming sensation of being watched, not by the man who had disappeared, but by something else, something beyond the crest of the hill. I could feel its attention on me, like a physical pressure between my shoulder blades. I didn't dare look back, afraid of what I might see lighting up the sky behind me. When I finally reached the road, I was breathing hard, my legs shaking from the descent and from fear. I jogged across the asphalt to my driveway, not slowing until I reached my front porch. Only then did I allow myself to turn around and look at the hill. The sight that greeted me made my heart skip a beat. The entire hilltop was illuminated now, not just with the pulsing light I'd seen earlier, but with what looked like a massive column of light shooting straight up into the sky. It was so bright that it illuminated the clouds above, creating a spotlight effect visible for what must have been miles around. And still, it pulsed with that strange rhythm, like a heartbeat or a signal. I fumbled with my keys, my hands shaking so badly that I dropped them twice before managing to unlock my front door. Once inside, I locked and deadbolted the door behind me, then went through the house, closing all the curtains and blinds, even though, as I suddenly remembered with a chill, there were no windows on the sides of the house facing the hill. For hours I sat in my living room, all the lights on, waiting for something. I don't know what I expected. A knock at the door, the sound of footsteps on my porch, maybe even the mysterious man appearing in my house to deliver another cryptic warning. But nothing happened. The house remained quiet, except for the occasional creak of settling wood and the hum of the refrigerator. I couldn't resist peeking out my front window once, around midnight. The light show on the hill had stopped. The regular white light was back on, steady and normal, as if nothing unusual had happened. I didn't sleep that night. I sat in my armchair until dawn, my mind racing with questions. Who was that man? How had he disappeared so completely in just seconds? What was creating that strange, pulsing light? And what did he mean when he said my eyes weren't made to see? In the harsh light of morning, I tried to rationalize what had happened. Maybe the man had simply stepped off the path into the trees, and in my confused and fearful state, I hadn't noticed. Maybe the light was some kind of testing from the antenna or tower, or perhaps northern lights that appeared unusual because of my perspective. Maybe it was all much more mundane than it had seemed in the darkness. But those rationalizations fell apart when I decided to walk up my driveway to get the morning paper. From that vantage point, I could see the hill clearly in the daylight. The antenna or tower that had been there since I moved in, the source of the white light I saw every night, was gone. Not damaged, not fallen over, simply gone, as if it had never existed. I stood there for a long time, staring at the now empty hilltop, the newspaper forgotten in my hand. Eventually, I went back inside and immediately started researching. I looked up local news, thinking there might be a story about the removal of a cell tower or radio antenna. Nothing. I searched for information about the hill itself, trying to find out who owned it or what might be installed there. Again, nothing conclusive. I even drove into town later that day and casually asked at the local diner if anyone knew about the antenna on the hill across from my house. The waitress and two regulars at the counter exchanged glances before one of them changed the subject abruptly. When I pressed, the waitress simply said, "We don't talk about that hill much around here," and walked away to help another customer. That night, I sat on my porch again, watching the hill as darkness fell. The white light reappeared exactly as it had been before, steady and unchanging, as if it had never gone out, as if the antenna had never disappeared, as if that strange, pulsing illumination had never occurred. But I know what I saw, and sometimes, on particularly clear nights, I think I can see a faint pulsing in the sky above the hill, almost imperceptible, like a distant heartbeat. And I remember the man's warning, delivered in that calm, certain voice. Your eyes weren't made to see. I don't know what's on that hill. I don't know who that man was or how he vanished so completely. But I've never again tried to climb that path, and I always make sure to be inside before dark. Because whatever is happening across the road, whatever briefly revealed itself to me that night, I'm increasingly convinced it's something beyond human understanding. Something my eyes truly weren't made to see. And lately, I've started to wonder about this house, with its conspicuous lack of side windows. I used to believe the real estate agent's explanation about preventing slaves from looking out. Now I wonder if perhaps the windows were absent for another reason altogether, to prevent the inhabitants from looking at something they were never meant to witness. Story 13. The Guardian. Who wasn't there? I've always been the type of person who enjoys solitude. Not in a weird, antisocial way or anything, but I genuinely like spending time by myself, especially in public places. There's something comforting about being alone in a crowd, you know? So I often go to this little cafe in downtown Seattle, about 6 blocks from my apartment. It's one of those places with mismatched furniture, local art on the walls, and baristas who remember your order after just 2 visits. 3 weeks ago, I went there on a Tuesday evening, around 8 o'clock. The cafe stays open until 11, and the evening crowd is usually sparse, just a few students with laptops or people reading books. That's why I like going then. It's quiet, but not empty, safe, but not crowded. That night was different, though. When I arrived, the place was nearly empty. There was an older woman in the corner, typing furiously on a laptop, headphones in, completely absorbed in her work. A couple was getting ready to leave near the front window. The barista, not one I recognized, was wiping down the counter. It was quieter than usual, but I didn't think much of it. I ordered my usual iced Americano, even in Seattle winter. I know, I'm weird. And took my favorite spot in the back corner. It's this worn leather armchair positioned so I can see most of the cafe, but also have some privacy. I pulled out my book and settled in, occasionally sipping my coffee. About 20 minutes later, the couple left, and shortly after, the older woman packed up her laptop and headed out too. It was just me and the barista, which wasn't completely unusual for a weeknight, but it did make the space feel suddenly much emptier. I was deeply engrossed in my book when I heard the bell above the door jingle. I glanced up automatically, the way you do when you're alone somewhere and another person enters the space. The moment I saw him, something in my gut tightened. He was probably in his 30s, rail-thin with a sallow complexion and that distinctive twitchy energy that screams stimulants. His clothes were dirty, but not homeless. Dirty, just unkempt. Jeans with stains, a hoodie with the strings missing, sneakers that had once been white. His eyes were what really unsettled me, though. They darted around the cafe, never settling on one spot, until they locked onto me, sitting alone in the corner. I immediately looked back down at my book, hoping he'd just get his coffee and leave. But I heard him walking toward me, his footsteps slow and deliberate. When a shadow fell across my page, I knew he was standing right in front of me. "Hey," he said, his voice raspy. "You come here a lot?" It was such a cliché line that I might have laughed under different circumstances, but alone in a nearly empty cafe with a clearly unstable stranger, nothing funny about it. I gave him a tight smile without making eye contact. "Sometimes," I said, hoping my tone would discourage further conversation. It didn't. "I've seen you before," he said, which was definitely a lie because I'd never seen him in my life. "You always sit alone. Don't you have any friends?" That question, delivered with a sneer, made my skin crawl. I shifted in my seat, glancing toward the barista, who was busy restocking something behind the counter, back turned to us. "I'm actually waiting for someone," I lied, reaching for my phone as if checking the time. "They should be here any minute." "Nah, you're not," he said, taking a step closer. "You're all alone, just like me." He moved even closer, now standing directly over me, invading my personal space in a way that set off every alarm bell in my body. I could smell him, a sour, unwashed smell mixed with cigarettes and something chemical. "Can I get your number?" he asked, pulling out his own phone, a cracked older model with a case that looked sticky with grime. "We should hang out." "No, thank you," I said firmly, looking toward the counter again. The barista was still occupied, seemingly oblivious to my situation. "I'm not interested." His expression darkened. "Why not? You think you're too good for me?" That's when true fear kicked in. We've all been in uncomfortable situations before, but there's a moment when you realize it's tipping from awkward into potentially dangerous. This was that moment. His tone had shifted, his body language became more aggressive, and the look in his eyes changed from twitchy interest to something harder, angrier. I'm ashamed to admit I froze. I consider myself a reasonably assertive person, but in that moment, with this unpredictable man looming over me, my brain just stalled. I couldn't think of what to say or do that wouldn't escalate the situation. He took my silence as an opportunity to sit down on the arm of my chair, effectively trapping me. "Come on," he said, his voice dropping lower. "Just give me your number. We could have a good time." I was trying to figure out how to extricate myself from this situation when a voice boomed from across the cafe. "There you are. Sorry I'm late for the interview." Both the man and I looked up, startled. Walking toward us from the direction of the kitchen was one of the largest humans I've ever seen in real life. He must have been at least 6'4", with broad shoulders and arms that strained the fabric of his plaid flannel shirt. He had long dreadlocks pulled back, dark skin, and the kind of solid presence that immediately commands attention. He was wearing an apron over his clothes like the kitchen staff and walking with purpose directly toward us. The twitchy man immediately stood up, creating distance between himself and the newcomer. The large man stopped a few feet away, looking at me with an expression I couldn't quite read. Then he said, in a much quieter voice, "You're here for the barista position interview, right?" It took me a second to realize what was happening, but once I did, I played along immediately. "Yes." Sorry, I wasn't sure where to wait. The large man nodded, then turned slightly to glance at the twitchy guy, who was now backing away. The look he gave him wasn't overtly threatening. He didn't say a word to him, actually, but something in his stance and his eyes communicated very clearly that the harassment was over. "Come on back to the office," the large man said to me, gesturing toward a door near the kitchen area. "We can talk there." I gathered my things quickly, relieved to have an excuse to get away. As I followed my unexpected savior, I glanced back to see the twitchy man heading for the door, moving faster than necessary, like he couldn't wait to be gone. The large man led me through the kitchen, which was empty at this hour, and out a back door that opened into a small alley behind the cafe. The cool night air was a relief after the tension inside. "You okay?" he asked, his voice gentle despite his imposing size. I nodded, suddenly feeling shaky now that the danger had passed. "Yes, thank you so much for that." He was starting to scare me. He smiled, and it transformed his serious face completely. "No problem. I saw what was happening when I came through from taking out the trash. Some people just can't take a hint." He glanced toward the street. "You want me to walk you to your car or the bus stop?" "I live just a few blocks away," I said, "but thank you, seriously." He nodded. "No worries, get home safe." With that, he turned and went back inside, the door closing behind him with a soft click. I stood there for a moment, collecting myself before walking home. The whole way back, I kept thinking about how differently the situation could have gone if that cafe worker hadn't intervened. I was so grateful that he had recognized what was happening and found such a clever way to extricate me. The next day, I decided to go back to the cafe to properly thank him. Maybe buy him a coffee or something. It was around the same time, 8 in the evening, thinking he might be working the same shift. The cafe was busier this time. A few students, a small group of friends chatting in the corner, more normal for a Wednesday night. I approached the counter, where a barista I recognized from my regular visits was working. "Hi," I said. "I was wondering if the guy who was working in the kitchen last night is around." Big guy, dreadlocks, plaid shirt. I wanted to thank him for something. The barista looked confused. "Kitchen? We don't have kitchen staff here. We just heat up the pre-made sandwiches and pastries." Now it was my turn to be confused. But there was definitely someone working here last night. Tall guy, really broad shoulders, long dreadlocks. He was wearing an apron, came out from the back. She shook her head slowly. "No one like that works here. It's just me, Sam, and Maya who rotate shifts, and our manager, Kira, who's only here during the day. None of us matched that description even slightly. I felt a cold sensation spreading through my chest. But he helped me with the situation last night. He came out from the kitchen area. I pointed toward the back of the cafe. He was wearing an apron. The barista followed my gesture, then gave me an odd look. That's just storage back there. Some shelves, the small prep area for the sandwiches, and the rear exit. There's no kitchen, and really, no one matching that description works here. I thanked her awkwardly and ordered my usual coffee, my mind racing. Had I somehow misunderstood? Had the man been a customer who just happened to come from the back area? But he was wearing an apron, and he clearly knew the layout of the cafe. After getting my drink, I casually walked toward the back of the cafe, trying to get a glimpse through the door my savior had emerged from. It was labeled staff only, partially ajar, and from my angle I could see it was exactly as the barista had described. Some storage shelves, a tiny prep counter with a microwave, and another door that presumably led outside. I sat down at a table, my coffee untouched, trying to make sense of what had happened. Could the barista be covering for him for some reason? Maybe he wasn't supposed to be there, or wasn't an official employee. But she seemed genuinely confused by my description, not evasive. My thoughts were interrupted when the manager, a short woman with curly hair who I recognized from daytime visits, came out from the back room. She noticed me looking in her direction and gave a friendly wave. On impulse, I approached her. "Excuse me," I said. "I was here last night and there was a man who helped me out of an uncomfortable situation. Really tall, dreadlocks, flannel shirt." The barista said he doesn't work here, but he was definitely wearing an apron and seemed to know his way around. The manager frowned slightly. "Last night? I don't know who that could have been. Like Jess told you, it's just the four of us who work here, and none of us match that description. Are you sure it was this cafe?" "Positive," I said, feeling increasingly unsettled. He came out from that back room, wearing an apron, and pretended I was here for a job interview to help me get away from someone who was harassing me. Then he walked me out the back door. Her frown deepened. "That's strange. The back door is kept locked. It's an emergency exit only, and the alarm sounds if it's opened without the code." She studied my face for a moment. "Look, I was doing inventory yesterday evening until about 7, and I locked up the back when I left. No one should have been able to come through there." I didn't know what to say. I knew what I had experienced. It wasn't a dream or a hallucination. A very real, very large man had emerged from the back of this cafe, pretended to interview me, and escorted me out a door that was supposedly kept locked and alarmed. The manager must have seen the confusion and concern on my face because her expression softened. "Sometimes people from the neighboring businesses come through here. Maybe it was someone from the bookstore next door? They have a similar uniform with aprons." But I knew it wasn't. The bookstore closed at 6, and their aprons were green with their logo, not the plain black one my mysterious helper had worn. I thanked the manager and returned to my table, my coffee now cold and forgotten. As I sat there, I couldn't help glancing repeatedly at the staff-only door, half expecting my savior to emerge again to clear up this mystery. But the door remained mostly closed, with staff occasionally going in and out, none of them matching the description of the man who had helped me. After finishing my coffee, I left the cafe more unsettled than when I'd arrived. On the walk home, I tried to rationalize what had happened. Maybe the man was a former employee who still had access. Maybe he was a friend of someone who worked there. Maybe the current staff simply didn't want to admit that someone had used their space without permission. But none of these explanations felt right. The certainty with which both the barista and manager had spoken, the locked emergency exit, the limited staff, it all pointed to the fact that the man who had helped me shouldn't have been there, couldn't have been there. Yet he was. I didn't imagine his imposing height, his dreadlocks, his flannel shirt, or his quiet confidence as he rescued me from an increasingly dangerous situation. I didn't imagine the kitchen he led me through, or the back door he opened without any alarm sounding. In the days since, I've returned to the cafe several times at different hours, hoping to spot him. I've never seen him again. I've casually asked other regulars if they've ever seen someone matching his description working there. None have. I've even checked local news, half expecting to find a story about a large man with dreadlocks who had been found in the area, maybe even identified as a vagrant who had been sneaking into local businesses. Nothing. It's been 3 weeks now, and I still have no explanation for what happened that night. Who was the man who appeared exactly when I needed help? How did he access a supposedly secure area of the cafe? Why did he disappear so completely that not even the staff knew of his existence? I consider myself a rational person. I don't believe in angels or spirits or supernatural guardians, but I also can't deny my own experience. Someone or something saw my distress that night and intervened when I was frozen with fear. Someone who, by all accounts, shouldn't have been there. The twitchy man hasn't returned to the cafe either, at least not when I've been there. But I find myself watching the staff-only door whenever I visit, wondering if my mysterious protector might appear again. And sometimes, when I'm walking home alone at night, I have the strangest feeling that someone is watching over me. Someone large and solid and kind, who appears when needed and vanishes when the danger has passed. I don't know who or what helped me that night. I don't know how to explain his presence or his absence in any way that makes logical sense. All I know is that when I was in trouble, someone came from nowhere to help me. And when I tried to find him again, it was as if he had never existed at all. Story 14. The neighbors who aren't quite right. I moved into my new condo in Boston about 7 months ago. After years of renting, I was finally able to buy my own place. Nothing fancy, just a modest 2-bedroom unit in a development with about 50 other condos spread across 5 buildings. The location was perfect, close enough to the city for an easy commute, but far enough out that I could actually afford it. I was genuinely excited to settle in, meet my neighbors, and finally feel like I had a permanent home. For the first few weeks, everything was great. The complex is set up with shared courtyards and walking paths between buildings, so you naturally run into other residents while coming and going. I met several nice families, a few retired couples, and some young professionals like myself. Everyone seemed normal, friendly enough without being intrusive, exactly what you'd want in neighbors. Then I noticed them. They live in the building directly across from mine. From my kitchen window, I can see their unit and part of their patio. At first, I didn't pay much attention to them, just another couple in their 30s keeping to themselves. But after about a month, I started noticing things. Small things at first, odd little behaviors that didn't quite add up. Now, after months of observation, I'm convinced there's something seriously wrong with them. Not wrong as in they're doing something illegal or they're bad people. Wrong as in they're not. I don't even know how to say this without sounding completely insane, but they're not right. They're not normal. And increasingly, I'm not sure they're even human. Let me explain what I've observed. The man is tall and thin, with dark hair that never seems to change length or style. I've never seen him wearing anything but button-up shirts and slacks, regardless of the weather. Boston went through a massive heat wave in August, with temperatures in the high 90s, and he was still in long sleeves and long pants. No shorts, no t-shirts, nothing that would indicate he feels heat like the rest of us. But it's not his clothing that bothers me. It's the way he moves. His gestures always seem slightly delayed. When someone waves to him in the parking lot, he'll stare for a beat too long before his hand slowly rises to wave back. His smile comes a fraction of a second after it should, like there's a lag between him deciding to smile and his face actually doing it. It's subtle, but once you notice it, it's impossible to unsee. The woman is even stranger. She's of average height with shoulder-length brown hair that also never seems to change. I've never seen her wear shoes, ever. Not once in 7 months. She's always in socks, plain white socks, whether she's checking the mail, taking out trash, or walking to their car. I've seen her walk across the hot parking lot in July and through slush and snow in January, always just in socks. The socks never appear dirty or wet afterward. They're always pristine white, as if the ground doesn't affect them at all. But the truly unsettling thing about her is what she does when it rains. The first time I witnessed this behavior was about 2 months after I moved in. We had a sudden afternoon thunderstorm, the kind with heavy rain coming down in sheets. I was looking out my window, watching the downpour, when I saw her walk out onto their patio. She was wearing what looked like pajamas, just a light top and pants, and those ever-present white socks. She stepped out into the rain, tilted her head back, and just stood there. For 20 minutes, she didn't move. The rain was absolutely pounding down, but she remained perfectly still, face tilted to the sky, eyes open, water streaming down her face. She wasn't blinking. Not once did she wipe the water from her eyes or face. She just stood there, soaking wet, staring upward, with an expression of what I can only describe as intense focus. When the rain stopped, she lowered her head, turned, and walked back inside. Her clothes were plastered to her body, her hair dripping, but her movements were smooth and unhurried, as if she were completely dry. And the socks. Those white socks should have been soaked and filthy from standing on the wet patio, but they still looked perfectly clean. I've now seen her do this during at least 8 different rainstorms. Always the same pattern. She goes out when the rain starts, stands perfectly still with her face to the sky, and returns inside when it stops, never speaking, never reacting to the water, never seeming cold or uncomfortable. These behaviors alone would be odd enough, but there's more. Neither of them seems to leave for work at regular hours. Sometimes their car will be gone for days, other times it doesn't move for weeks. They receive no packages, no mail that I can see. They never carry groceries into their home. I've never seen them eat or drink, though obviously I can't observe them all the time. They don't have visitors. They don't chat with other neighbors. When they walk around the complex, they move with purpose, never strolling or meandering like normal people enjoying their surroundings. About 3 months ago, I had my first direct interaction with the man, and it only deepened my unease. I was pulling into my parking spot when he was walking by. He stopped and looked at my car with that slightly too long stare of his. I felt obligated to acknowledge him, so I rolled down my window and said a casual, "Hey, how's it going?" His head turned toward me with a smoothness that felt mechanical. There was a beat of silence, just a second too long, and then he said, "Hello." His voice was pleasant enough, but the timing was off. Another pause, and then he added, "It is a nice day today." It wasn't, though. It was overcast and drizzling. When I pointed this out with a light, "Well, a bit rainy," he looked genuinely confused. His eyebrows drew together slowly, like someone carefully arranging their face to show the right emotion. "Yes," he finally said, "rain. That is happening now." Then he smiled, that delayed smile that never reaches his eyes, and continued walking. The whole exchange left me feeling deeply disturbed. It wasn't anything I could put my finger on precisely. He hadn't said or done anything threatening. But the interaction felt wrong, like talking to someone who had learned human behavior from a manual rather than experience. The woman is even worse when it comes to interactions. About a month ago, I ran into her at the community mailboxes. She was standing there, staring at the mailbox panel without moving to open it. As I approached to get my own mail, she turned to look at me. Her gaze was intense, almost analytical, as if she were examining a specimen. I smiled awkwardly and reached around her to access my box. She didn't step aside or acknowledge my presence in any way. She just watched me, her head slowly turning to track my movements as I retrieved my mail. I muttered a quick, "Excuse me," as I squeezed past her, and she blinked once, deliberately, but said nothing. As I walked away, I glanced back. She was still standing there, still staring at me, her body unnaturally still. She hadn't opened her mailbox or made any move to do so. She'd just come to stand there, as if performing what she thought was normal human behavior without understanding its purpose. But the incident that truly convinced me something is seriously wrong happened just last week, during a heavy rainstorm. I was coming home from work, pulling into the parking lot, when my headlights swept across the woman. She was standing in the middle of the empty parking space near their unit, face tilted up to the pouring rain as usual. But this time, when my headlights hit her, she didn't react by blinking or turning away from the glare. Instead, her eyes, which should have been closed against the rain and the bright lights, reflected my headlights in a way that human eyes don't. They gleamed like an animal's eyes caught in a flashlight beam. I parked several spaces away, unnerved but unable to stop watching her. Through the curtain of rain on my windshield, I could see that she remained completely motionless, despite the wind and the heavy downpour. Her clothes clung to her body, but she didn't shiver. The rain streaming down her face didn't seem to bother her open eyes at all. Then, as I sat there watching, she slowly lowered her head and turned to look directly at my car. Even through the rain and darkness, I could feel the weight of her gaze. She didn't move toward me or make any threatening gesture. She just stood there, staring, while the rain soaked her. I don't know how long we remained like that. Me in my car, her standing motionless in the rain. Eventually, I couldn't take it anymore. I grabbed my umbrella, took a deep breath, and got out of my car. I needed to get to my building, and that meant walking past her. As I approached, I kept my eyes down, pretending to focus on not stepping in puddles. But I could feel her watching me. When I drew level with her position, about 15 feet away, I made the mistake of looking up. She was still standing in exactly the same spot, but her head had rotated to follow my movement. Her body remained facing forward, but her head was turned nearly 90 degrees to maintain eye contact with me as I passed. The position looked painful, anatomically improbable. And her face, her expression was completely blank, devoid of any emotion or reaction to the rain pelting her features. Just those reflecting eyes, fixed on me with unwavering attention. I quickened my pace, nearly running the last few yards to my building entrance. Once inside, I shook out my umbrella and risked a glance back through the glass door. She had rotated her entire body now and was staring directly at the entrance where I stood. Even from that distance, through the rain-streaked glass, I could feel the intensity of her gaze. For the rest of the evening, I kept my blinds closed. I couldn't shake the feeling that she was still out there, still watching. When I finally worked up the courage to peek out my window around midnight, the parking lot was empty. The rain had stopped. She was gone. The next morning, I saw both of them standing on their patio, talking to each other. They looked normal enough from a distance, just a couple enjoying the morning air. But their movements had that same strange quality, too smooth in some ways, too jerky in others. As I watched, the man raised his coffee mug to his lips in a gesture that should have been natural but somehow wasn't. The motion was too precise, too deliberate, like someone mimicking the act of drinking without actually doing it. I've started documenting their behaviors, keeping a log of when they come and go, when the woman stands in the rain, how they interact, or don't, with other residents. I know how this sounds. I know that to anyone reading this, I probably come across as paranoid or obsessive, but I swear if you could see them, really see them, you'd understand why I'm so unsettled. Yesterday, I tried to take a photo of them with my phone's zoom lens. I thought maybe if I could capture some of their strange behaviors on camera, I could show someone, though who would believe me, I don't know. But when I reviewed the photos later, They were all slightly blurred, as if the camera couldn't quite focus on them properly. In one image, where the woman was standing in the rain again, yes, another storm, there's a strange distortion around her outline, almost like heat waves rising from hot pavement. But it was 50 degrees and raining. There should have been no heat distortion. This morning, as I was leaving for work, I had to back out of my parking space and wait for another car to pass. As I sat there, I glanced in my rearview mirror and froze. The woman was standing directly behind my car, those white socks planted firmly on the asphalt, staring at me through my rear window. She hadn't been there when I got in my car. I'm certain of it. There had been no one in the parking lot at all. But now she was there, perfectly still, watching me. I looked away for just a second, checking if the other car had passed yet, and when I looked back at my mirror, she was gone. Not walking away, not moving toward her building, just gone, as if she'd never been there at all. I don't know what to do with these observations. I don't know what my neighbors are, if not human. I've considered mental health issues, both theirs and increasingly my own. Maybe they're on the spectrum or have some condition that affects their behavior and perception. Maybe I'm experiencing some kind of stress-induced paranoia, but neither explanation feels right. The strangeness I'm witnessing goes beyond social awkwardness or neurodivergence. And I'm not seeing things. Their behaviors are consistent and observable. Sometimes I find myself waiting for one of them to slip up more dramatically, to do something that would confirm my suspicions once and for all. But another part of me is terrified of what that confirmation might look like. What if one day, instead of just standing in the rain, she does something impossible? What if his delayed reactions become something more, something unhuman? I've considered moving, but I just bought this place. I can't afford to sell so soon. And part of me is afraid that if I try to leave, they'll know why. They'll know that I've noticed them, that I see them for what they really are, whatever that might be. So I stay. I watch. And increasingly, I feel watched in return. Every time I pull into the parking lot now, I scan for those white socks, those unnaturally still figures. Every time it rains, I find myself drawn to my window, knowing she'll be out there, face tilted to the sky. And every night, I double-check my locks, wondering if whatever they are, whatever they're doing here, has anything to do with me. Or if I'm just the only one who's noticed that my neighbors aren't quite right. Story 15. The call from the 23rd floor. I've been working as a night attendant at the Blackwood Tower in downtown Boston for almost 3 years now. It's one of those old pre-war buildings, 24 floors of offices, law firms, financial advisors, and a handful of high-end apartments on the upper levels. My shift runs from 11 at night to 7 in the morning, 5 days a week. I'm basically a glorified security guard with a few extra responsibilities: monitoring the security cameras, handling after-hours access for residents or late-working professionals, accepting packages, and dealing with any building issues that pop up overnight. Most nights are mind-numbingly boring. I sit behind the front desk in the marble lobby, watching YouTube videos on my phone, occasionally doing rounds through the building to check that all the doors are secure. The building empties out by 8 or 9 in the evening, and apart from the handful of residents who live in the upper floor apartments, I rarely see another human being during my shift. Last Tuesday night started out like any other. I came in at 11, chatted briefly with the evening attendant as he was leaving, and settled in for another long, uneventful night. By 2 in the morning, I'd already finished my first round of the building, eaten my packed dinner, and was halfway through a documentary about deep-sea creatures when it happened. The desk phone rang. This wasn't completely unheard of. Sometimes residents call down if they've locked themselves out or need assistance with something. But calls after 2 a.m. are rare enough to be startling, especially on a Tuesday. I paused my video and picked up the receiver. Blackwood Tower front desk. How can I help you? There was silence on the line, Then a strange crackling sound, like static or someone crumpling paper near the mouthpiece. Then a woman's voice came through, distorted and oddly muffled, as if she were speaking through layers of fabric. 23rd floor, she said. Just that. No name, no explanation, no request for assistance. Just those two words, spoken in a flat, emotionless tone. "I'm sorry, could you repeat that?" I asked, reaching for my notepad. "Are you reporting an issue on the 23rd floor?" More crackling static, then the same voice, same inflection. 23rd floor. Something about the voice made the hair on the back of my neck stand up. It wasn't just the odd distortion or the brevity of the message. It was the complete lack of inflection, the absence of any background noise you'd expect from an apartment call. It didn't sound like a person talking. It sounded like a recording of a person, but slowed down or altered somehow. "Who am I speaking with?" I tried again. "Are you in apartment 23A or B?" There were only 2 residential units on the 23rd floor. Nothing, just more of that strange static. "Hello? Is anyone there?" I said, a bit louder now. The line went dead. I stared at the phone for a moment, feeling uneasy. Protocol dictated that I should investigate any reported issues in the building, even vague ones, especially if they came from resident floors. But something about that call felt off. I checked the security monitors, flipping through the different camera views. The lobby was empty. The parking garage showed only the usual cars. The hallway cameras on the lower floors revealed nothing unusual. We didn't have cameras on the residential floors themselves for privacy reasons, just in the elevator lobbies on those floors. I pulled up the feed for the 23rd floor elevator lobby. It was empty and still, lit by the dim overnight lighting. Nothing seemed amiss. Still, I had to check. I couldn't just ignore a call, no matter how strange. I grabbed my radio, flashlight, and master key card and headed for the elevators. The Blackwood has 3 elevators, 2 main ones for regular use and a service elevator at the back of the building. I pressed the call button and waited. One of the main elevators was parked on the 7th floor, and the other was at the lobby level. The service elevator showed it was at the 23rd floor, which was odd. It should have returned to the ground floor when not in use. I decided to take the main elevator that was already at the lobby. The doors slid open with a soft chime, and I stepped inside, swiping my keycard and pressing 23. The doors closed, and the elevator began its ascent. As I watched the floor numbers tick upward, that feeling of unease grew stronger. The building was silent except for the hum of the elevator. At night, with everyone gone, these old buildings develop a presence of their own. Every creak and groan seems magnified, every shadow deeper than it should be. The elevator stopped at the 7th floor, despite me not pressing that button. The doors slid open to reveal an empty hallway. I frowned, pressing the close door button repeatedly. After a moment, the doors closed, and the elevator resumed its journey. It stopped again at the 14th floor. Again, no one was there. Again, I had to press the button several times to get the doors to close. By the time I reached the 23rd floor, my heart was beating faster than it should have been. The elevator doors opened onto the small lobby area that served the 2 apartments. It was empty and quiet. Too quiet. Usually, there's at least the distant hum of the HVAC system or the occasional ping of the elevator machinery, but at that moment, the silence felt absolute. I stepped out, flashlight in hand, even though the hallway was adequately lit. "Hello?" I called out. "Building management. Did someone call for assistance?" My voice seemed to fall flat in the air, as if the sound waves themselves were being absorbed by the silence. There was no response. I approached apartment 23A first, belonging to an older retired couple who'd lived in the building for decades. I knocked firmly on the door. "Management, is everything okay in there?" No answer. I pressed my ear to the door but couldn't hear any movement inside. I tried 23B next, a unit owned by a corporate executive who only stayed there occasionally when in town for business. Same result, no answer, no sounds from within. As I stood there in the hallway trying to decide what to do next, I heard a door slam somewhere down the corridor. It was a heavy, definitive sound that echoed briefly before being swallowed by that unnatural silence. "Hello?" I called again, louder this time. "Is someone there?" No response. I walked toward the sound, past the elevator lobby and around the corner to a service corridor. This area housed the electrical room, a janitor's closet, and at the very end, the door to the service stairs. All these doors should have been locked. As I approached, I noticed that the door to the mechanical room was slightly ajar, a sliver of fluorescent light spilling out into the hallway. That door was always supposed to be locked. Only maintenance staff and building management had keys to it. I pushed the door open cautiously. "Anyone in here?" Building security. The room was empty. It was a large space filled with electrical panels, water heaters, and HVAC equipment for the upper floors. Fluorescent tubes buzzed overhead, casting a harsh white light that flickered intermittently. Everything seemed normal, except for one thing. The door at the far end of the room, the one that led to the stairs accessing the roof, was also slightly open. That door had 2 locks and was alarmed. It should never be open. I approached it slowly, a growing sense of dread building in my chest. Through the gap, I could see the concrete landing of the stairwell and the metal stairs leading upward to the roof access. "This is building security," I called out, my voice echoing in the stairwell. "Identify yourself." Nothing, just that same oppressive silence. I pushed the door open wider and stepped onto the landing. The stairwell was lit by a single bulb that cast more shadows than light. I listened intently, but couldn't hear anyone moving on the stairs above me. Something was very wrong here. The alarm should have sounded when this door was opened. The fact that it hadn't meant either it was malfunctioning or someone had disabled it. Neither option was comforting. I should have called the police at this point. That would have been the smart, protocol-following thing to do. But for some reason, curiosity, stubborn pride, or just plain stupidity, I decided to check the roof first. If someone had broken in, they might still be up there, and I didn't want to call in the cops for a false alarm if it turned out to be a maintenance worker who'd forgotten to secure the door. I climbed the stairs to the roof access door, my footsteps echoing loudly in the enclosed space. The door at the top was heavy metal with a push bar. It opened outward onto the roof and was supposed to be secured from the inside, but when I reached it, I saw that the lock mechanism had been disabled. Someone had jammed the latch so it couldn't fully engage. I pushed the bar slowly, and the door swung open with a low metallic groan. The cold night air rushed in, carrying with it the distant sounds of the city below. Faint traffic noise, the occasional siren, the constant urban hum that's the backdrop of city life. I stepped out onto the roof, flashlight beam cutting through the darkness. The rooftop was mostly empty, except for the large HVAC units, a forest of antennas and satellite dishes, and the elevator machine room, a small structure that housed the motors and controls for the building's elevators. "Hello?" I called out, my voice immediately snatched away by the wind. "This is building security. You're trespassing on private property." I swept my flashlight across the roof, looking for any sign of an intruder. There was nothing. No movement, no tools left behind, no evidence that anyone had been there at all. Just the empty rooftop, 24 stories above the street, with the city spread out below like a carpet of lights. I was about to turn back when I noticed something strange about the elevator machine room. The door was slightly open, and there was a light on inside. That room was always supposed to be locked, accessible only to the elevator maintenance company and the building manager. I approached cautiously, flashlight trained on the door. Is someone in there? Building security. I pushed the door open wider with my foot, keeping my body to the side in case someone tried to rush out. The room was small, cramped with machinery, control panels, and large spools of cable. It smelled of oil and hot metal, but like everywhere else, it was empty. I stepped inside, looking around for any sign of tampering or damage to the equipment. Everything seemed normal, though I was no expert on elevator machinery. I was about to leave when the door behind me suddenly slammed shut with enough force to rattle the tools hanging on the wall. My heart nearly stopped. I spun around and grabbed the handle, but it wouldn't turn. Somehow, the door had locked behind me. I was trapped in a small mechanical room on the roof of a 24-story building at 3 in the morning. I banged on the door. "Hey! Is someone out there? Open this door!" Nothing, just the steady hum of the elevator motors and the wind whistling around the building. I took a deep breath, trying to calm myself. This was fine. I had my radio. I could call for help. I reached for it, only to realize with a sinking feeling that it wasn't on my belt where it should have been. Had I dropped it somewhere? Or had I left it at the desk in my hurry to investigate the call? I still had my phone, though. I pulled it out, relieved to see I had service, and was about to call the building manager when I heard it, a low mechanical groan coming from one of the elevator motors. The large spool of cable next to it began to move, slowly at first, then faster, the metal cable unwinding with a rhythmic clicking sound. Something was very wrong. The elevators shouldn't be moving. There was no one in the building to call them. And even if someone had, the motors shouldn't be operating at this speed, unwinding cable at a rate that suggested the car was in free fall. I backed away from the machinery, suddenly aware of how dangerous this small room could be, filled with heavy moving parts and high voltage. I had to get out. I turned back to the door and tried the handle again, pulling and twisting with all my strength. To my surprise, it turned easily this time, as if it had never been locked at all. I yanked the door open and practically fell out onto the roof, gulping the cold night air. I didn't stop to think or question my good fortune. I just ran for the roof access door, desperate to get back inside the building and down to the safety of the lobby. But when I reached it and pushed the bar, the door didn't move. I pushed harder. Nothing. It was locked or jammed somehow, trapping me on the roof. My panic was building now, my breath coming in short gasps that formed white clouds in the cold air. I was trapped on the roof of a 24-story building with malfunctioning elevators and doors that locked and unlocked themselves. And somewhere in the building was whoever, or whatever, had made that strange phone call. I pulled out my phone again, determined to call for help, when I heard a sound that made my blood run cold, the squeal of metal hinges from the far side of the roof. I spun around, flashlight beam dancing wildly across the darkness, and caught a glimpse of the maintenance door to the roof, a second access point I'd forgotten about, swinging slowly closed. Someone had been up here with me. Someone had locked me in the machine room, then escaped through the other door when I managed to get out. I ran to this second door, reaching it just as it was about to close completely. I grabbed it and pulled it open, shining my flashlight into the stairwell beyond. "Who's there?" I shouted, my voice cracking with fear. "Show yourself!" The stairwell was empty, but I could hear footsteps echoing below, someone moving quickly down the concrete stairs. I followed, taking the steps 2 at a time, my flashlight beam bouncing wildly off the walls. I had to catch whoever this was, not just because they were trespassing, but because I needed answers. Who had called the front desk? Who had lured me up here and tried to trap me on the roof? The footsteps below stopped. I paused, listening intently, but could hear nothing but my own ragged breathing. Then, from somewhere below, a door opened and closed. They had exited the stairwell. I continued down more cautiously now, checking each floor as I passed. When I reached the 23rd floor, I saw that the door was slightly ajar. I pushed it open slowly, flashlight at the ready, and peered into the corridor. It was empty, just as it had been before. But now all the lights were out. The hallway was pitch black except for the beam of my flashlight and the faint red glow of the exit signs. I stepped out, moving cautiously toward the elevator lobby. My footsteps seemed unnaturally loud on the carpeted floor, each one a betrayal of my position to whoever might be hiding in the darkness. When I reached the elevator lobby, I saw that both elevator doors were standing open, the cars empty and waiting. This was wrong. The elevators should return to the ground floor when not in use, not sit with doors open on an empty floor. I approached cautiously, shining my light into each car to ensure they were truly empty. They were. But something else caught my attention. The service elevator, the one that had been on the 23rd floor when I arrived, was now showing floor 7 on its external indicator. Just like the main elevator had stopped at the 7th floor on my way up for no reason. I felt a chill that had nothing to do with the building's temperature. Whatever was happening, it involved all 3 elevators. And whatever, or whoever, was controlling them was now on the 7th floor. I considered my options. I could take one of the waiting elevators down, but after what I'd seen in the machine room, I didn't trust them. I could continue using the stairs, but that would mean potentially running into whoever I'd been chasing. Or I could stay on the 23rd floor and call for help. Or I chose the 3rd option. I retreated to a corner of the elevator lobby where I could watch all approaches and pulled out my phone. To my horror, there was no signal. There had been service on the roof, but here, just 1 floor below, my phone showed no bars. That was impossible. The building had always had excellent reception on all floors. It was one of the selling points for the high-end apartments. I was considering my next move when the lights in the elevator lobby suddenly came back on, bright and normal, as if they'd never been out. Both elevator doors smoothly closed, and I could hear the cars beginning to move in their shafts. Then the desk phone in the lobby rang. I nearly jumped out of my skin at the sound. There shouldn't be a desk phone on this floor. The only one was at the front desk in the main lobby. But there it was. A standard office phone sitting on a small table near the elevators, ringing insistently. It hadn't been there when I first arrived on the floor. I was certain of it. I approached it cautiously, as if it might bite. On the 3rd ring, I picked up the receiver. "Hello?" My voice was barely a whisper. That same static crackle filled my ear, followed by the woman's voice, just as flat and emotionless as before. 23rd floor! I slammed the receiver down, my heart pounding in my chest. This wasn't happening. It couldn't be happening. Phones don't appear out of nowhere. Elevators don't operate themselves. Doors don't lock and unlock on their own. I ran for the stairs, no longer caring about being quiet or cautious. I just needed to get out of this building, away from whatever was happening on the 23rd floor. I took the stairs all the way down, not stopping once, my footsteps echoing loudly in the enclosed space. When I finally burst out into the lobby, I was gasping for breath, my shirt soaked with sweat despite the cold. The lobby was exactly as I'd left it. Lights on, desk monitor showing the security camera feeds, my half-eaten dinner still sitting on the counter. My radio was there too, right where I must have left it in my hurry to investigate the call. I collapsed into my chair, trying to make sense of what had just happened. Had I imagined it all? Was I losing my mind? Or was something truly wrong with this building? As if in answer to my unspoken questions, the desk phone rang. I stared at it, watching it ring once, twice, 3 times. On the 4th ring, I slowly reached out and picked up the receiver. "Blackwood Tower front desk," I said, my voice steadier than I felt. Static crackle. Then that voice again, just as before. 23rd. I hung up the phone and sat there, staring at nothing. Whatever had just happened, whatever was still happening, I couldn't explain it. All I knew was that something in this building had tried to lure me to the roof, had manipulated the elevators, had created impossible phones and locked doors that shouldn't lock. And it was still trying, still calling, still saying 23rd. I don't know what would have happened if I had stayed on the roof. I don't know what's on the 23rd floor that's so important, but I know I'm not going back up there. Not tonight. Not ever again. My shift ends in 2 hours. When my replacement arrives, I'm walking out of this building and never coming back. I don't care about the job or the 2 weeks notice I should give. Some things aren't worth the paycheck. Because I'm increasingly convinced that whatever called me from the 23rd floor wasn't a resident. It wasn't even human. It was the building itself, trying to draw me upward for some purpose I don't want to understand. And I have a terrible feeling that if I'd stayed on that roof any longer, the next call at the front desk would have been about a body on the sidewalk below.